for all the great investment, all the partners who have put money together for your training, all your lecturers who have spent time preparing, come to teach you, all the regional directors and the district directors who have mentored you, have driven you in their cars, have given you places, all the support, every effort has been put in you. This is now the time for you to show appreciation. And how do you show that appreciation? You will show appreciation by availing your expertise to the service of humanity. It can no longer be graduating from this place. If it is business as usual, then any appreciation. The future of public health is brighter because of you. Thank you very much.
You can do better. You can do better. You know, when we are struggling, Afinet comes on board. Particularly a few years ago, they trained scientific writers in every region. And the regional directors have been using these individuals. And it was the support from Afinet. And that's why when we are all called upon, let's do our best. Permit me to invite one of our own. She is the country director and also the director for the Division of Global Health Protection Program for Ghana. He's in the person of Dr. Daniel Baradas with CDC. She said I shouldn't say anything, so I'm not reading.
Good morning. So to Dean, University of Ghana, DG, Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service, representatives from FDA, Veterinary Services, Environmental Health and Sanitation, the WHO, POICA, Africa CDC, Afinet, distinguished guests, residents, partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols have hopefully been observed. It is a privilege to join you once again as we celebrate the critical work of building a strong epidemiology workforce for Ghana and the sub-region. Just yesterday, Joseph and I were on the line with one of our FET colleagues from CDC headquarters, and we shared the theme of this year's conference with them. And he simply said, Ghana is always ahead of the curve. And so I want to... And so I want to acknowledge and applaud the program's leaders, staff, and conference organizers for not just standing idly by as the world changes around us, but rather for embracing that change and ensuring that Ghana and West Africa's FETP trainees are equipped to lead in this rapidly evolving space. Around the world, AI is reshaping how we detect, investigate, and respond to public health threats. We're seeing tools that can process real-time data streams, from health facilities, labs, community reports, social media, to detect those event-based signals far faster than traditional facility and indicator-based systems alone. In an outbreak response, AI is enabling faster case classification, automating workflows, and also supporting genomic surveillance. And as Dr. Antara has said, these innovations, though, do not replace the need for you as field epidemiologists. Rather, they are amplifying our reach, they enhance our ability to make timely and well-informed decisions. They succeed only when guided by professionals like yourselves who understand epi principles and on-the-ground realities, but who also have the knowledge and the ability to interpret the outputs responsibly. As Ghana strengthens its integrated disease surveillance system and invests in digital health infrastructure, FETP graduates must be prepared to lead the next generation of surveillance innovations. You will be the experts who ensure that AI tools are accurate, they're culturally informed, and they are aligned with public health goals for this country. You will help design the systems that protect our communities, not just from today's threats, but for those that are even yet to emerge. So as we begin this year's conference, I encourage you to participate fully in the sessions, The future of public health is being shaped now, and Ghana's FETP residents and alumni will be at the center of that transformation. To the graduating residents, it was my honor to be among those who welcomed you as you started your training. And today, I'd like to congratulate you all for successfully completing one of the best FELT programs in the world. And you know this must be true because Dr. Antara just independently validated that statement. As an EIS graduate, which is the FETP program in the US, I know that it has not been an easy endeavor, but I can assure you there will be few greater rewards than the service you'll provide for the people at their most vulnerable moments. And so we celebrate you. And finally, congratulations to all of the presenters for this year's conference. This will be a memorable and meaningful time of experiential exchange, learning, and networking. Thank you.
I think you can do it better, especially those who are benefiting from her scholarship. Remember, we have not given you the last reimbursement, right? So if you don't clap for her, remember it will go back, right? Please, can we do one more for her? Before we invite one person here who has been a pioneer when it comes to and actually successfully separated conjoined twins with their brain put together. He's here. And sometimes when we read these things in our textbooks, we think that it is very far away from us. But I will showcase one person who has done that in this country and has been one of the few who have been doing this globally. In fact, in addition, he introduced the advanced neurosurgical technique such as minimal invasive spine surgery. The person is wide awake and you are doing the brain mapping and doing the surgery. He also did the 3D printed augmented virtual reality procedure here in Ghana and West Africa. I will not mention his name now because I need to do a quick presentation to show you the highlights of some of the things that through the service we have been able to achieve. Can I have my slides, please? So briefly, next slide. So this is what we have been able to achieve in the last 17 years. Even though we have recruited the 19th cohort, 941 public health officers have been trained across Africa. Next slide. And these ones that we have trained, they have helped us to be able to evaluate surveillance system, over 350 surveillance systems. Can you imagine if we put all these surveillance systems that have been evaluated over the years together? We have worth of information that can help us to tell where we started from and where we are now. Similarly, they've been able to analyze data, over 350 data analysis in terms of large data sets in the various facilities. For the various diseases, I don't want to list them, but infectious diseases, non-communicable disease, mental health, and all the others have been investigated. Next slide. In addition to all this, we have had individuals supporting outbreak investigation, not only in Ghana, but some, when they go back to their respective countries, they support the outbreak investigation. And over 250 have been done. Next slide. Then, in terms of planned studies, over 239 planned studies in terms for public health to help us take decisions in specific areas. The good news is that these are problems identified by the various districts and regions. And so by doing these planned studies, you help solve a problem in one way or the other. Next slide. Together, we've been able to establish sub-national public health emergency operation centers. And I want us to all clap for CDC and COICA for helping the country to do this. Next slide. And these centers that have been established, the good news is that they're still supporting the country to establish more. Next slide. We've been able to train 112 public health staff in artificial intelligence. That's why I'm happy that one of the best when it comes to artificial intelligence, is here to also talk to us. With Julius AI, Science Space, and Paper Power, all of us have been trained to be able to become more efficient in the work that we do. Rather than telling me that, sorry, I will finish the analysis in 2 days, I expect that within 6 hours, you are done with the analysis, detailed report is written, then we become more efficient in what we do. Next slide. Yes, we have done presentation, or 300 conference presentation when it comes to AFINET conference, TEFINET Global, International Nights, and all other conferences that we have been part of. Over 300 conferences, presentations have been done. I'm also glad to say that in a number of them, this program won awards. Next slide. Yes, where are we in terms of our alumni? We thank them for the good work they are doing, and I'm also happy that today we are going to sign, probably tomorrow, we'll sign an agreement with them for them to be supporting annual awards. So the alumni decided that for the good work that we are all doing, they want to give awards to some of the best through their training period. And that contract or that agreement will be signed tomorrow because they believe that together we can encourage all the others who are in the program. We have some serving as local and others serving an international platform. Next slide. Today, the Director General, together with the others here, will help us to launch a network or a database. What is this database all about? This database is supposed to identify where do we have the epidemiologists who have been trained, so that when there is an outbreak, and the outbreak is here, by a click of a button, we know all the epidemiologists who are closest to that epicenter. They can easily be deployed because rather than allowing somebody to travel all the way from Accra to the northern part of Ghana, you can identify who is closest to the epicenter. They are mobilized, then they are dispatched to those places just to help us to reduce the waiting time, because we know that when it comes to outbreak, time is of essence. And the best thing to do is that send the best there within the shortest possible time. That will be done today. The other good news is that among yourself, you can chat. You can discuss issues. So it's going to be a nexus that is going to help us. And I'm sure that you will learn more about it when it is launched. Next slide. Well, mentorship. And I keep saying that I am a product of mentorship. I wouldn't have come this far had it not been for others telling me, don't go this way, go this way, do it that way. Probably it have taken me more years to come this far, but because of their guidance, it took me a shorter period to get to where I am now. And for that reason, mentorship is crucial in all that we do in FETP. But it is not easy to keep training people over and over again. Sustainability becomes an issue. For this reason, support from CDC will be able to develop an online mentorship course that will also be launched today. Irrespective of what you find yourself, you can do that mentorship training and eventually become a mentor to guide the others to become the best epidemiologists that we can ever have in this. Next slide. Next slide, please. Right, like we're doing today, I'm glad to say that with your support, we've been able to consistently, each year, do a competency graduation. Thank you all. I know some will not be too happy because, we are one of the programs that send our outputs for external assessment. And if you don't pass the external assessment, you will not be graduated. I'm sad to say that a few will not be graduating today because they did not pass. Now, why are we so strict on this? It's because when you are out there, you're an expert. You will take a decision for a whole nation. If we don't do the right thing now, it will be difficult for us to be able to strengthen a system. Africa is depending on us. Imagine I'm leading an outbreak and I don't know what I'm doing. Can you imagine what will happen to that country? That is why we should be hard during the training so that when we get to the field, it becomes easy for us. So don't get angry with the program. Don't get angry with me because I insist on that. Because when I am unconscious, I know that if you are the first person to meet me, you'll be able to revive me. But if I don't teach you well, then I'm very sure that the day I get unconscious, I'm going to get closer to my maker. Next slide. So, in terms of community service, in all this is about the community. If we don't speak the language that the community understands, soon we will not be needed by the community. How do we do this best? Is by ensuring that we are closer to the community, that the community can interpret what we are doing and they will apply it the way it ought to be applied. Next slide. Through the support of partners and the service, we've been able to develop public health operation, in terms of public health emergency operation center handbook. The good news is that we will be validating this handbook and eventually it will be launched, which will be used by the EOCs. Next slide. And then also, when there is an outbreak or we are in a big situation and we want to do a surge, how do we do it? Again, with support of partners. All this have been done and they will be validating somewhere next week and eventually the country will launch this. These documents are all there to support us to become more efficient in the work that we do. Next slide. And then in terms of the database training that has been done, next slide. I'm mentioning these things, and then we also do a lot of publication, which we have in peer-reviewed journals, and also we have some of them that we did supplement for both PAMJ, Ghana Medical Journal, and also GEF. At this point, I'm going to invite to the podium the one single person who has been able to do that surgery and separate the together in their brain in terms of the skull, and then also being able to do brain surgery when the person is wide awake. Please help me invite to the podium the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Samuel Kaba Okoril.
Good morning, everybody. In fact, I had warned him not to. I just said he should just say, Samuel Kabakuri is here with you. And he still went ahead to do what he got to do. Anyway, thank you so very much. And everybody, and let me start by saying that barely 4 years ago, right in this same room, I was here with a couple of colleagues of the different specialties. I'm not yet into the speech, so don't be worried if I've not acknowledged your presence. It will happen. But just to talk about how we have to be looking and living into the future. I was sitting right there, and they asked a question. What is Ghana doing about AI? It had to do with something with epilepsy surgery, organized by Kofi and Koika. So thanks so much to our Korean partners here. And we're struggling to answer the question. So everybody was looking at me and I said, look, Ghana is already doing AI. We had done the first virtual and augmented reality surgery. Maybe some of you had seen it on TV. And I spoke to them and I said, look, as we sit here, the people we want to compete with, they're already gone to space. They've gone to the moon. They've discovered undersea oxygen. And we are still sitting talking about what do we do? And I told them that when they had to do with emergency, 271 years ago, ambulances were deployed. Way back in Napoleon Bonaparte wartime, until the new car came in. And we are still struggling whether you can call an ambulance, whether you can detect a disease or not. So this is just for us to know and think about it, that as we talk, 4 years down the line about AI. Now any X-ray you take is AI powered. If you take any stethoscope, and I'm happy, I think some of you might have even seen it. There was a Ghanaian who helped invent that. Did you see that? Or when your people invent, you don't appreciate them. But when somebody else does it and we are clapping up and down, that's the disease of the African. And that is what you and I have to forget of. Reset our mind and embrace our own self. So the Ghanaian detected how to put a stethoscope, AI, and it will tell you everything. In a country where you have very few cardiologists, those are the things we should be embracing. And the gentleman who said AI is not here to replace you, you still get your salaries. So that is a good way of understanding. Unfortunately, many, many years ago, my grandmom would say, Kabakam, put this thread in the needle. I can't see and I'll be smiling. Today, I can also read without putting this one. So once again, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. All dignitaries present, and let me acknowledge our member countries, AFNED member countries. I don't have all of them here because there are about 40, but special gratitude to those who made it here. Sorry, excuse me. That includes Uganda, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, among many others. I usually try not to mention names because when you skip one, then they come back and say, hey, you didn't mention me, you don't like me. So all present. Our donor partners, for many years they said we shouldn't say donor partners, we should say development partners. Is it? But the truth is, you and I, before we can say development partners, we also have to bring something to the table. And that is what our president has been telling us. We should always be thinking of what do we bring and do we comply with what we say we bring to the table, even if it has to do with getting the job done and doing it very well. And that is the essence. We are all here. So let me say something nice, which at the same time is sad. I remember 2012, that's almost 13 years ago. I went for an interview, the Public Service Commission. And one of the gentlemen, very fine gentleman, elderly at the time, by the time I was very, very young, he looked at me and he said to me, after the interview, you get to places. He didn't even imagine that one day I'll be standing here talking about him. And that is the late Dr. Rapa. So after the interview, I met him a couple of times, but I never knew he had passed on. So I want to join you solemnly to really say he was a great guy. And the little thing we can do is to get a job well done in his name. And I'll count on you for that. So allow me to now read this speech. But it's a privilege to stand before you today in shoes of my predecessors with a hope for a better future. As I usually say, every book has edition 1, edition 2, edition 3, etc. You can't get it all right from edition 1. And this is the 8th edition and the scientific conference and graduation ceremony of the Ghana Field Epidemiology and Laboratory Training Program with the theme Artificial Intelligence, Innovation in Public Health, Surveillance and Outbreak Response. This chapter and edition is ours, and we must do all it takes to deliver to the next generation. We are all part of the problem and part of the solution. There is no middle way for anyone. This is not the time nor the luxury we have for any of us to sit on the fence and watch, including hoping that the system will break down or fail. That mentality must cease. That mindset of if it's not me, it's not good. If it's not me leading, then we should make sure it doesn't succeed. That is the mindset of 100 years ago. We have to recalibrate our mind, and we have to reset ourselves, because that mindset is old if we really want to progress. Our seasonal public health emergencies and world pandemics, Ebola, COVID, or cholera, meningitis, will never ask you of your tribe, your color, or which party you belong to. They affect all of us as a nation and cripple our regular service delivery, divert our time and programs, creating extra economic hardship, and above all, we lose our loved ones. Therefore, it is time we all dust our hands off, roll our sleeves back, and get to work. We need to work together as one people, one Ghana, and let me say, because of our partners, one world and one planet, for the love of our children and the future of our country and mankind. Dear members, beyond speeches, which since I became DJ, and my first participation in WHO Assembly, I said something that we need to develop KPIs. And anytime we stand on a podium, we say, we have done this, we are planning to do this, and the next year we come. We don't have to read plenty of speeches, but we simply have to say, last year we had planned to do A, B, C. Have we done it? It has to be reflected in your speech. So this is what I promise to do, so far as I'll be there. And next year, if I get invited, or even if I don't get invited, you will be saying it, whether it's been done or not. So these are some few must achieve strategic decisions coming from 2000 or 2026, including one, which is the easiest, and I think it will be done. Prof. Kenu, the one simple and easy one we should be doing is the launch of the GFELT Nexus and the online mentorship modular with AI incorporated activities. Is that so? Can we do it today? Good. So number one will be done today. But not to make it a cheat. When it's done, we have to see is the objectives that we have to look at if next year we would have achieved some of them. Number two, the Ghana Field Epidemiology and Laboratory Training Program will be fully embraced as it was originally meant to be the bedrock of Ghana Health Service Public Health Training Institute, while belonging to the university for academic purposes. So that is a commitment, and it will be done. And three, through technology, we shall link our newly established Public Health Emergency Operations Center to Port Health, Land, Sea, and Air nationwide. The Infectious Disease Center, which they also have about 17 more nationwide. The Surveillance Department, and then the One Health team, and collaborate closely with other emergency services. For those of you who read news, I think the communique came out 2 days ago that the military, the police, fire service, and customs, they are going to do one simulation work. Did you read about that? Now, if the security services can do that, and they are separated, the police, the military, etc., why won't we, in the same organization, probably the same agency, we can work together? Somebody should tell me. Why can't we have port health? Why can't we have the field epidemiologists? Why can't we have all the other emergency services working together? So this is something next year we should be doing. And to you, and for you, those who are graduating today, and those already in the system, in front of your professor, Prof. Kenu, and he will testify to that, I called the director HR that we have to put an end to a long-standing program, a long-standing problem, and that is, I gave him directive for you to be appropriately placed. You will be appropriately placed in the service. There will be a developed conditions of services, scheme of services, and clear layout career progression. These are not just empty promises. This is the only way our emergency system can work. When the person is satisfied of the outcome, others will want to join and learn more. I actually came in contact with your program during the Ebola. And we were right in a meeting. I think at the time, Dr. Amampa was the director of public health. Then he passed to Dr. Sakode. And we're talking about who do we find to go into the field. And this I'm saying to you is the following. When we were talking about that, many doctors at the time, including my own association, were saying that anyone who would go chasing Ebola should be paid some X amount of money, which the government couldn't have afforded. And everybody was afraid. But your training, by default, as you clap, should we got to get this thing straightforward. If there is anything, any emergency, you should be the first. And you should be courageous to step forward for others to follow. We don't benefit anything sitting in the classroom, coming out, clapping, getting certificates, and we don't take this step with bravery. And I say that because I led the training of Ebola in this country. I led the training of 42 Ghanaians who went to Sierra Leone and Liberia to support. When COVID came, I was in charge of case management. I stepped forward because I was the director of clinical care, not because I wanted to, because it was my duty in those two occasions. And that is your duty. I was telling Prof. Keno, I don't do so many speeches many a times, but I converse many a times. And I was telling him that the word field epidemiologist means that you have to be in the field. It doesn't mean you graduate, you come and you say, if you come to me and you say, Director, I want a motorbike, I want a pickup to go inspect this, to go do this, I will agree with you. But if you come to me and you say, DG, my office, I need a big office with air conditioning and this, is that the field? So, Anyway, as we talk of AI, you will tell me that with AI, you sit in the office and AI will go to the field. Anyway, back to the business. We will count on you. And I was very happy with the former student, if you allow me to say that, because he was proud and says the best product in the world, this system, which I do agree with you. We have to be better than those who come before us. We have to give our best to Edition 9. They gave their best for you. And I always tell people that see one, do one, teach one. It's your duty. Now to go out there, get things done, and teach the next generation. In the next 10, 20 years, he might not be standing here. I will definitely not be standing here. It is your generation. And we cannot complain of. I cannot complain why you are not doing well. No, it was my duty to make sure that you do well. So if anyone complains about their students, it means they are not teaching their students the right thing. And I can't complain. So you cannot come out and complain on that. By the way, during outbreaks, you know that speed is everything. AI will only help us to predict the disease spread, optimize resource allocation, and guide targeted interventions. It's good for prediction, diagnosis, treatment, but for decision making, for you to now take that decision that you are taking the step, that is you, not AI. So, ladies and gentlemen, despite the use of AI in the public health, and that's why our courage, our love to use AI, one thing that we should be concerned of is data privacy. And the need for guidelines and infrastructure. The good news is that we saw that coming. And the Ghana Health Service has already developed guidelines for the use of AI within the Ghana Health Service. Finally, I would like to urge all those residents here, the alumni, and the potential students to use this opportunity to interact with experts from organizations, make friends. The world is a beautiful place because of the people we meet. And I know many people have traveled the length and breadth of this country to be here with us. When you get into that flight, it only reminds me of, of one trip I was making from Tamale to Accra. Then whilst we were in the flight, cruising along turbulence, then I think maybe that was her first time, an old lady was sitting by me with the daughter. I would say, tell the driver to stop. And I was like, oh my goodness. And we have people who have flown across the seas, the oceans, all the mountains. The flight cannot stop in the middle of the air. And they are here to support us, to help us do what we got to do. But that support can only be meaningful if we lead, if we are determined and committed that we want to change. So first, help me to extend my sincere heart gratitude to all our development partners who have left their loved ones. By now, they should have also been planning to go home for Christmas holidays and all that, but they are here with us. We have somebody who has just traveled from UK to talk to us about AI. We actually launched together the first X-ray AI empowered, and it was donated to 37, is it, Ella? Where I was so happy because when you have a country where you go to the northern part, upper east, upper west, OT, you don't have any radiologists. But then with this machine and with AI assisted, you do the X-ray, it tells you immediately the results. You don't need a radiologist to move down there. Of course, you need one to certify that it is A, B, and C. You need a radiographer to actually hold it and calibrate. So we are not substituted. But they sacrifice so much to be here with us. Our member, GFELTP members, or they call AFINET members, right? Member countries who are here, they had to risk all to be here with us. And all those who travel, the regional directors, I always say the regional directors, the district directors, is what they do that brings us to where we are. And always remember this, you the graduates, it's because of you we are here. If you weren't there to graduate, we wouldn't have been here. And to those who couldn't make it this time, a man is not evaluated by the number of times he falls, but the number of times he's able to stand up and even do better. And I've seen it in real life. It's just not a speech. If you take Michael Jordan, those who like basketball, the first time he wasn't even selected. He locked himself in a cupboard for the whole day crying. The mom had to beg him to eat. But in that, he decided one thing, I'm going to be the best. And he's the best. And so many, many, many examples can be made. So dust off yourself and go back to that exam and show him that the world is yours. Thank you, everybody, and God bless you.
Oh, please, you can do it better. Remember, he has addressed one issue that we have been battling with for how many years now? So please, can you give another round of applause? Because I didn't have that power to say it. That morning when I met him and we were having the discussion and he said, no, hold on, wait. He picked the phone. He called Director HR. I was sitting, I was waiting. They said, no. And so myself and the chair of the steering committee, together with the HR, have been working on this. The document is this. He said, no. By the first quarter of next year, I want it finalized, brought to my table, signed, and move on. Please, he deserves one of our applause. So thank you, DG, for addressing this. And like he said, it's a KPI. Right? And so we will move to his office with the KPI and make sure that it is delivered ASAP. I want to acknowledge the countries that are here: Benin, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, DRC, Guinea-Bissau, Zambia, Ghana. I mean the trainees, not the others. So can you all be on your feet and then Ghana out? Benin, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Togo, Gambia, DRC, Guinea, Zambia. Please, can you all be on your feet for us to acknowledge you? Well, some don't want to. Please, you've not received your certificate yet, so please, make sure that. Thank you for. Please, thank you, and take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And before we take the keynote address, these thoughts came for a few people who are here, and they are the founders of AFINET. They are here. We want for us to acknowledge you. We want to acknowledge you. Thank you very much, and God richly bless you. Every year, they always come to support us. A seed that they planted many years ago, that seed is now a big tree that all of us are taking shades under that tree. Let's also do the same for generation that is yet to come. Permit me to invite a professor who is a distinguished artificial intelligence scholar, the head of Department of Computer Science at the University of Ghana. He's done over 15 years of machine learning, computer vision, prediction analytics, and responsible AI governance. In fact, he was part of the team that has developed the 2025 National Artificial Intelligence Manual for this country. In terms of his accolades, I think I will not finish if I continue to read. Permit me to invite to the podium Professor Ebenezer Owusu to deliver a keynote address.
Good morning. Good morning to us all. Just a minute. Yes, the statement that one of our speakers made is very important. Whether AI can replace jobs. And I saw that people were clapping when he said no. They were very, very happy. But statements are very powerful. Around the 1950s, somebody made a simple statement. I think machines can learn. And that resulted to AI. So when somebody says machines can replace jobs, we don't know what will happen in the future. In fact, the future of AI is very uncertain. Because if you look at the algorithms that are being developed day after day, sometimes you look at them and you say, wow. Good morning to us all. And I will also stand on the existing protocols. AI, if you look at the development of AI everywhere, agriculture, transportation, health, security. In fact, if you look at what happened in the US some time ago, when, I don't want to mention the name, Osama bin Laden, a lot of things changed in security. In fact, there are certain facilities that when you go there, the facial expression is even used to determine whether you have some ammunitions on you. Those who want to, commit suicide bombing, your facial expression alone at a certain threshold, at a certain time, people who want to commit such a heinous crime exhibit great fear. And we have systems that can read the face and determine that kind of fear. They apprehend them and see, some of these weapons on them. And the future of AI is very bright. when you look at transportation, there are some modern, vehicles. You know some of them. You are driving and then it gets to an object. You can even press on the accelerator, the car will not move. Modern transportation systems. We have what we call the driver's drowsiness system. Sometimes driver is sleeping, and then we have a system that will check that and keep him awake. Let me go to my statement. I am Ebenezer Owusu, the head of Department Computer Science. I am so happy that I've been invited here. Africa continues to carry 25% of the global disease burden, despite having only 3% of the global health workforce. Preventable diseases such as malaria, cholera, Lassa fever, and tuberculosis continue to cost the continent over 2 million lives annually. Our system have battled Ebola outbreaks in West Africa. Our system have, battled Marburg virus and persistent climate-influenced epidemics, all with extraordinary resilience. But the strain on our surveillance capacity, laboratory systems, and response mechanism has been immense. These challenges make one thing clear. The future of African public health requires precision. It requires speed. And it requires intelligence far beyond what traditional tools alone can offer. This is where AI begins to redefine our future. AI as a scientific field was formally conceptualized in 1956 at Dartmouth College. For decades, AI evolved slowly due to limited computing power and even funds to carry on research. But since the year 2012, about 10 years ago, after breakthroughs in deep learning and GPU acceleration, it has expanded exponentially. By 2023, global AI investment reached about $350 billion, with adoption spreading across transport, finance, education, agriculture, defense, manufacturing, and most importantly, healthcare. AI now powers medical imaging diagnosis, drug discovery, and predictive analytics used by major global health systems. The world is transitioning into an AI-driven century. Now, let me give you some innovations in the West and Asia, and I tell you what we are doing. In the United States, AI-driven influenza surveillance reduced outbreak detection time by up to 60%. Predictive hospital models detect patient deterioration 6 to 12 hours earlier. The UK's COVID-19 genomic AI pipeline reduced variant classification time from weeks to under 48 hours. China's AI early warning systems reportedly detected abnormal pneumonia within 3 weeks, before official. Today, AI-powered drones, fever screening robots, and citywide environmental sensors are standard. In fact, in South Korea, AI-enhanced contact tracing during reduced case investigation time from 24 hours to less than 10 minutes. In Singapore, wastewater surveillance detects viral loads with very high sensitivity. So these are some examples that actually show that digital infrastructure is very strong. AI amplifies public health capabilities dramatically. Now, let me give you what is happening in Africa. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do. Yet, despite global progress, Africa faces profound disparities. Let me tell you one thing. Even data in science, data drives everything. Even data is a major challenge here. For example, if you look at data about facial systems, face recognition, and those things, most of the data are from the Caucasians. And when you use this one to develop a system there, and then you want to implement it here, it comes here, recognition accuracy decreases. Only 15 of 54 African countries have emerging AI policy frameworks. We contribute less than 1% of global AI research output. A lot of people who claim they are AI researchers, they are not AI. Go and check their output, their publications, far from AI. Health data systems remain fragmented, with only 34% of facilities digitized. The lack of digitization, limited connectivity, insufficient computing power, and shortage of AI experts create a structural disadvantage. This gap is not merely academic. It is a national and continental health security vulnerability. When we detect outbreaks late, diseases spread faster. Responses cost more, and mortality rises. But all is not lost. We are also doing something. The latest AI innovations directly applicable to African public health include what I am going to tell you. The predictive outbreak modeling. Here, AI combining climate data, mobility and sanitation metrics predict cholera outbreaks 3 to 4 weeks ahead. Then genomic epidemiology. Machine learning accelerates genomic analysis, enabling mutation tracking and cluster mapping within minutes. AI diagnostics. AI malaria detection now achieves high accuracy, overperforming manual microscopy in several filters. AI-enhanced TB screening systems are already reducing radiologists' workload in Kenya. Environmental surveillance, AI satellite and drone systems identify mosquito breeding zones and environmental anomalies that contribute to malaria and dengue. Digital epidemiology. AI integrates DIMS S2 data. Pharmacy says social media signals and environmental indicators into unified dashboards for rapid disease intelligence. So you see, these innovations demonstrate what Ghana and entire Africa can achieve with the right infrastructure and policies. Now, what is the future? The next frontier of AI promises even more dramatic transformation. Autonomous AI systems that continuously scan climate, laboratory, mobility, and environmental data to flag anomalies instantly. AI-enhanced wearable biosensors. These predict febrile conditions or abnormal vitals up to 24 to 48 hours before symptoms. AI-driven public health robotics, drones transporting samples, mapping vector habits, and delivering vaccines in rural communities. Ghana is advancing on that terrain. Drones transporting hot medicines, blood samples. If we are able to advance on that, it will be a major plus. Precision public health interventions targeted to specific communities based on AI modeling of risk patterns, voice-to-voice systems. Here, AI tools allow rural health workers to report symptoms and cases orally without internet, without literacy barriers. Climate health prediction fishing models. AI predicting how increasing temperatures, humidity, floods, and heat waves alter disease patterns. You see, this is not science fiction. These systems are already in pilot deployments globally. So why Africa must advance AI in public health? Why? I will outline 4 critical reasons. 1, speed. Early detection reduces outbreak scale and mortality. 2, efficiency. AI compensates for shortages in labs. Epidemiologists, radiologists, and surveillance staff. 3, equity. AI supports rural and marginalized communities where specialists are scarce. 4, health security. AI strengthens preparedness against pandemics projected to our more frequent due to climate change. So without AI, Africa will continue to respond late and pay the highest price. Africa's future success requires bold decisions today. And we must build national AI surveillance platforms, integrating climate, lab, environmental, and mobility data. We must build African-centric data sets to train models adapted to our realities. We must build AI capacity building programs for epidemiologists, as you have been doing, lab scientists, and data managers. We must build digitized health infrastructure across all all levels of care. We have to build ethical AI government frameworks aligned with African values and global standards. We have to build AI centers for excellence for outbreaking intelligence. So Africa has the opportunity to leapfrog, not lag behind, as demonstrated by mobile money. You know mobile money. So Africa excels when it embraces disruptive technology. AI can be Africa's next success story. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the future of African public health will not be defined by crisis. It must be defined by innovation. Artificial intelligence offers Africa a chance to overcome decades-long structural challenges, limited workforce, slow detection, fragmented systems, and delayed responses. As Africans, we can build a continent where outbreaks are predicted, where surveillance is real-time, where diagnostics are instant, and where public health officers are empowered with the most advanced tools of the 21st century. This is not just desirable, it is necessary. Let this conference mark a turning point where Ghana, Africa, through GFELT, academia, government, and partners, leads West Africa in building AI-enabled public health systems that protect millions of lives. The future is calling us. It is intelligent. It is data-driven. It is AI-enabled. And it begins now here with us. Thank you very much.
This is an anemic clap. Having been fed with this, I think the clap should be better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Not a desirable, but it is a necessity. And I believe that now that we have all our directors and decision makers here, they will help us to get the needed tools to make us more efficient in the work that we do. I'm glad to introduce to you a council member of the Ghana Health Service in the person of Mr. Amadi. If you can please wave for us to see you. Once council members start attending your meetings, know that it is easier for them to understand and take some of the decisions that they ought to take. I think I can also see the director from TIDA in our midst. Can we please see you by waving to us? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are at the last stage of the opening ceremony, where the Director General will give model certificates to the teams that will be graduating tomorrow, and also, together with the high table, launch the GFELTP Nexus, as well as the online mentorship module that we have developed. May I please see a little on the Nexus, that 2-minute demo of the Nexus, please. And I will call upon the DG to give the model certificate, but please permit me to show you what we are doing in Ghana. We have the front line, which is 3 months. Then we have the core Global Leadership and Laboratory Program, which is the GFELTP, which is 6 to 9 months for lab experts. Then we have the intermediate, which is 9 months. Interestingly, we also have the group that do 2 years, but because they are not able to do all the other competencies, we call them the upper intermediates. And these upper intermediates, They are from the University of Health and Allied Sciences. Soon, they will be able to achieve all, and then they will get to the advanced stage. So we have 5 in all: frontline, then core GLLP, the intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced. And may I call these individuals to come forward for the DG to give them the model certificate. For frontline, Jennifer Pelengba, am I correct? And then core GLLP, Selom Sevo Kwashi. Then intermediate, Paul Awawi. And then upper intermediate, Michael Odumple. And then advanced, Ziada Suleiman. So that is front line. Then call GLLP, Selom Sevo Kwashi. Selom. And for intermediate, Paul. Intermediate, Paul. And upper intermediate, Michael Odumple. Upper intermediate, Michael. And then the advanced, Ziada Suleiman. Thank you very much. So may I ask the dignitaries, CDC? Please, can you please join the DG to take a group picture? Just a quick one. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the DG, together with the council member and the partners, should please join DG to unveil or launch the GFELTP Nexus, as well as please, the high table, the board chair of Affinet, kindly join them, please. Can you play a letter about the Nexus? Yes.
Hello and welcome to the Ghana FELTP mentorship course. Simply go to your App Store or Play Store to download the Moodle application or visit feltp mentorship.moodlecloud.com. If you are using the app, type the URL in the Your Site field. Enter your default username and password given to you by the course administrator. You will be required to change your default password on your first login. Log back in with the new password you created and agree to the terms and conditions to continue to your course dashboard. Click on the Capacity Building for FELTP Mentors course to watch the welcome video and also access the 10 lessons for the course.
Hi, I am Dr. Danielle Dorado, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Country Director for Ghana. I want to welcome you to the Field Epidemiology Mentorship course.
Complete all the 10 lessons in their respective knowledge checks. Note that you are required to complete all lessons before you can access your certificate of completion. After successful completion of the 10 lessons, click on Certificate of Completion to access your certificate. Thank you for watching. Enjoy!
Thank you, partners. Thank you very much as we take our seats. So please, I think we can quickly do the photos since we are done, and we will have the high table. Sorry for allowing you to go down. You shouldn't have gone down. Please just stand here for us, or we'll do it outside. Oh, okay. I'm told there's a setup at the front for photos, so we would allow the high table to get out first, followed by okay. So I'm told rather all of us are going out, but we will follow the high table. So high table, please take the lead. The usher is right there to take us out. And after everyone has taken, we will have just the small group by the board and also the leadership to take this. Thank you very much. So the order of photograph, immediately we get out, the high table will take theirs, and then the board members and program directors will join them. And afterwards, the various cohorts will do, then everybody. Thank you very much.
microphone. Allô, allô. Des grands chefs qui vont vous révéler les grands gestes.
Hello? Hi, can we get seated so that we can continue? Okay, so welcome back from snack. We are continuing with the program. On the schedule, you can see we have orientation for cohort 19, advanced program for the Ghana GFELTP. So we'll do that now. We'll start with a presentation on what is required in terms of mentorship and supervision for the cohort 19 of the advanced GFELTP. So we'd like to crave your indulgence. Colleagues at the back, we want to get your full attention. Great. Okay, so I'll call upon the coordinator of the Ghana GFELTP, in the person of Dr. Basil Kaburi, to take us through the requirements for mentorship and supervision for the orientation of the cohort 19. So let's welcome Dr. Basil with a round of applause.
Hello, good day. I'm not sure of the time, so I'm saying good day. Right, so once in a while I get to look like a pastor standing on the pulpit. So you're welcome to this session, and it's going to be a brief one. As we're going to talk about mentorship and supervision, if you know any mentor who is around, can just alert them that we're starting. So want to do something? Okay. Okay. All right. It moves, eh? Okay, good. Okay, so before we start the presentation, acknowledging that mentorship is the bedrock of our FETP training, we would like to acknowledge our mentors who are with us, first of all. Some have been with us as far as I knew FETP, including my own mentor. So they've graduated from mentors to grand mentors to great grand mentors because they've mentored generations of residents. It will be risky to mention names, but at least I can spot Mr. Kumulo George, Dr. Santos Kubio, Dr. Joyce Dare, Dr. Gifty Boateng, Ebenezer Kofi Mensah, Dr. Dondem, and all. We are happy to have you here and look forward to see how you could help us to mentor the next generation. So the outline will be straightforward. Want to look at who a mentor is vis-a-vis who a field supervisor is. These are two key individuals who have shaped our technical skills and especially the attitude towards work. And if you recall some of the speeches, the skills, knowledge without attitude is really not useful. And we also look at the responsibilities of these supervisors and mentors, and we'll add our own responsibilities as mentees towards the end, or at least we'll let you tell us what you think your responsibilities are to your mentors and yourself. So we say a mentor is this experienced field epidemiologist who usually has gone through this training and has excelled, is practicing, and is able and willing to hold the hand of a younger colleague, resident, and show him or her the way to becoming a good field epidemiologist. So he guides and assists residents in all assignments, including field assignments. And he's more like a big brother or sister, not the old professor with the glasses hanging low who you may be intimidated to approach on some things. But that big brother we used to have in the village that protects you against bullies around. And so you can discuss very detailed issues to do with your learning with those people. They are mentors, they help to assure you and show you how they navigated similar circumstances earlier in their training and practice. So they are a bedrock of our competency training. These mentors work hand in hand with our field supervisors. So in your field placement, you will normally be sent to an agency which has a leadership. For example, the Regional Health Directorate, District Health Directorate, and you have these experienced public health practitioners who are also managers and leaders who will make your stay in the field conducive, break some barriers for you to be able to execute your assignments, and where possible, also assist you with advice on how best to select topics and assignments that are beneficial to you as a resident, but also important to the ministry and the service. So they will normally be the regional directors, district health directors, lab managers, lead clinicians, lead public health practitioners. And so whilst you're in the field, you will be under their care, and they take care of your day-to-day challenges. And of course, you also support in the running of business as required by your competencies. They also tend to protect you against losing focus, getting involved in the routines of the work of those departments and not concentrating on the key deliverables for which you were sent. So those are the field supervisors. They may not be as accessible on a casual basis like you have with your mentors, who may actually be remote, even though we expect that from time to time they visit you in the field. And so they provide that fatherly cover. So if the mentor is your big brother or sister, your field supervisor could equally be your father or mother. And you know what they do, fathers and mothers. Right, so with your cooperation, you normally have a good time learning from their management and leadership skills. And we don't expect the managers and these experienced practitioners to be holding your hand on the nitty-gritties of your work. They're operating at another wavelength. So if you go there, you ask them to help you with some AI algorithm, that may not be fair. You should ask them about strategic ways of approaching your work and how to engage some particular subpopulations and sometimes a bit of logistics, right? Yes. But they can also recommend some of their staff who are competent in some areas to help you more directly. And if you need that kind of help also, they are willing to support. So this is what we talked about. For all the range of activities you do in the field, from the surveillance system evaluation, which normally starts with the big number one, stakeholder engagement, the community entry and stakeholder engagement, they will support. And we have health information officers and data scientists in all these regions with good skills that will be helpful to you. So then these supervisors are able to get their subordinates to support you navigate your skill acquisition process. So for all the competencies, you will get support where available and recommendations where appropriate. For those particularly in lab track, we are very competent lab practitioners in all these regions and districts, and some also happen to be alumni of the FETP. So in some instances, you may be lucky to have some of them were stationed there who have navigated this same path and are better placed to understand you and support you. And in this case, some of the basic competency requirements that they've been through, they're able to share their experiences with you. So for very technical issues, to paraphrase, your mentors will be at hand as long as you are at hand, because they say mentorship is mentee driven. You have to be available for mentorship and motivating them with your passion to learn so they can be assured that they are using their time meaningfully and they are investing in the right cause. So they can help you to review your reports technically, give you feedback. They can review the other outputs, assist with field activities. So paraphrase for the field supervisors is mainly guidance and support and facilitation of your field placement. And we mentioned their fathers and mothers, they protect you from, in cases you meet non-cooperation or unmotivated personnel who you necessarily need to do your work, they are able to get them to support you. And as you join them to work in their routines, they will teach you. And when you are done with your field work, they will evaluate that form. We attach your logbook about your performance on various criteria, some technical and some attitudinal. And we encourage them to be very critical on the attitudinal ones, because those are the problems that derail the rest of the skills and knowledge that we acquire. So no compromise on attitudes that are suggestive that we are running into a bad investment. Good, so you keep in mind that even though we acquire the competencies, they should align also with the strategic objectives and plan of the Ghana Health Service and the ministry, and of course the FDA, the veterinary service, the environmental, One Health, and you have these personnel all around to support. We mentioned you can also seek some form of additional support from their colleagues and team to guide you in areas that they think would further your competency acquisition. So when you go there as a resident, we talked about community entry and engagement and all that. They will help to integrate you. They will normally invite you to one of their morning meetings, introduce you, and seek the support of their team. You may be there for 6 weeks and your regional director is not available because of other assignments, but once they integrate you well and put someone directly in charge of supporting you, you can be sure you're in good business and you should have a good time acquiring some knowledge and skills. Yes, so see, protect, they will teach you, and more importantly, they'll tell you how well you are doing in the course of becoming a field epidemiologist and also a leader. But there are some benefits also for the supervisors and mentors. There are other things that the younger generation would bring up and update the older generations about what is happening in the field currently. But if you meet people like SOS in those places, they may be ahead of you in the technology and other stuff. So, but it's our hope that the young, as they learn from the old and experience, the old too can get updated on things that they necessarily don't have the time because of duty to catch up on. And we expect the mentors and supervisors to participate in some meetings, not all of them, and conferences like this. And so we are happy to see our supervisors and the mentors here. And this is more like rejuvenation of our commitment to supporting the training and opportunities to co-author papers and acknowledgements of other credits emanating from the work they do. So we try also as Secretariat, the FETP, to support the mentors to do their work. And we try to maintain regular communication and in other forms of support that comes to our attention that they need to get the work done. And we also encourage them to report mentees that are not available for mentorship or early signs of attitudinal malaise that we could help to nip in the bud. We also get to travel some to international conferences once their mentees are producing good abstracts that are accepted, the occasions like that, just so they can also network with the bigger network of field epidemiologists and then gain some other perspectives of their roles. So in summary, the mentors would support with technical skills and other forms of leadership. And the supervisors are going to give guidance and access protection so you can focus on your skill acquisition. Right. So on this note, seeing some of our dedicated mentors and great grand mentors around, if I may crave their indulgence to stand up, including the supervisors, so we can acknowledge and pay our gratitude to them. So grand mentors, great grand mentors, Dr. Chris Kubio, my own mentor, Kumolo, you know yourself, please stand up so that we can appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. And Chris suffered in my hands. He suffered very well, but I think it was worth it. All right. So on this note, I'll have the pleasure of inviting Professor Essino to introduce our cohort 19 residents who are coming in to start the journey of actually just about starting. And right, so Professor Essino. Protocol, can you get us Prof if he's available? Okay. Okay. So should he not be immediately available, I'll call on our technical advisor for the regional program, West Africa, the person of Dr. Done Kofi Ameme, to come and introduce us. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we'll be introducing the resident to you. Can we have their names projected, please? And then we'll also have them please to stand wherever you find yourself. But I know that we've nicely arranged all of you. And then from there, we'll have their mentors joining them so that you know who your mentor will be for the period. The mentor will then, along the line, we know today is a little busy, but you have some small time, probably during lunch, you sit with your mentor to have some agreed approach that you intend to use. Yes, next slide. So basically, I'm not too sure whether it is this or, yes, next slide quickly. They know themselves, so you have the oversight to be provided by these people who are supposed to guide us, Dr. Ameme, Joseph Asapu Frimpong, Basil Kaburi, Charles Luanga, Magdalene Odikro, and Delia Bando. Next slide. Next slide. So now I have the list that I asked them to get up, but I realized that they don't want to get up. They want me to mention their names, so. But I think it's also nice for them to see your faces. So Dr. Dauda, can you please come, followed by Dr. Irabna? Yes, whoever is projecting, can you please help us to make sure that, yes, good, yes. As you see your name, please just come forward gently, and then we will let your mentor see you. Next person, please. Portia. Okay, good. So Portia, yes. Kobna Dako. Portia Salia. All right, Michael Tete. Isaac Unedu. Honorable, today the cap didn't come. You know that special coolie high. So today he decided not to bring the coolie high, but you will teach me how to apply coolie high. Eh? I need it. So James, so James Yamga, and then Promise Yaira Akosu. The next one, please. Hey, trouble come. What happened? Jeffrey, please make yourself. I don't know what happened along the line. You decide to give yourself cletus? All right. Then the next person is Deborah, Dr. Deborah. Alimatu. Alimatu is quickly jumping the gun to the next. And then Erabna the Diakon. Oh, she's fine. Okay, good. So who is the Davo? And who is missing? Aaron. Aaron, we nearly left you out. All right. James is there. So we have some of our colleagues correct. Some of our colleagues in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. The Africa CDC is supporting 2 each and 6 of them. Unfortunately, they are yet to arrive. But we can't leave them behind. We know that they are online. Can we please acknowledge them online? So now each mentee has a mentor. Can we show me that slide, the mentor-mentee slide, so that the mentors who are here, if they can, please stand behind their mentees as we hand them over to them. Please, can you show us that slide, the mentor-mentee? We are handing you over to your, good. So I think let's start from one. So Dr. Zachariah Adams, if you are here, Dr. Fentin Danso, a few of them unfortunately couldn't make it. Dr. Eunice Bedinlai, if you are here, can you please join us upstage? Phoebe, pardon me, your mentor, the mentee is not here. Oh, it doesn't matter whether your mentee is not here. Please do come once the mentor is around. Dr. Rachel Mills, are you around? Okay. Dr. Phoebe, is Phoebe around? Okay. Charles Jemfi, online. William Tessiama. All right. Then Benjamin. Grand mentor, Portress Yaira Aku. You know, he's the grand mentor, that is Dr. Ebenezer Kofi Mensah. Please give it for grand mentor. He's the mentoring since we started this program. So we have made him the mentor's mentor. And then Dr. Kubio Crisantos, the regional director, please. Yes, can we go to 10, please? Okay, Dr. Fentin Danso, Dr. Zachariah Adams. Miss Ekia Bwedua Amoyebua, are you here? Okay, no. George Asuma Kakari Edu. Is George around? He's on his way coming. Godfrey Chenobel, is he here? Is Godfrey around? Okay, Guri, Dr. Guri, Bonodon Guri, not here. Dr. Charles Carlos A, and then Dr. Doji Amelo and Telma Afo. So please, if they are here, they can come forward, and as we hand over the mentees over to the mentors. Like I said, a number of the mentors are not in person, but you'll be meeting them soon, and then we'll continue. Well, since the mentees are more than the mentor now, I'm not going to say a handing over, but all that we are saying is that please, these are the ones to guide you through this exercise. Call on them every now and then to guide you and to please make sure that you learn the trade. Field epidemiology is an apprenticeship. The best way to learn is to make sure that you talk to them and they will guide you in this exercise. Thank you very much. Shall we give them a round of applause even as they... My last slide. The last, please, you can take your seat now. The last slide, which is supposed to be the thank you slide. Yes, thank you very much. I think we are now running behind schedule. So we take... My scientific writer is saying something. So rather than me to repeat, she told me that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll be moving into the oral presentation sessions. And then I just want to give an explanation of what we see on the program. So this is the main hall for session A1. So if you are presenting in A1, this is where you are presenting. This is your main hall. Those of us who are presenting in session A2, Omani 1, that is the room on your right. So you step out of the conference room, go through the glass door, and then the last door on your left is the room where you are presenting in. And then room 2, which is Omani 4, is just the room next to this one. Once you step out, the next room is A4. It's Omani 1. So please let's break into our rooms now. Okay, so I'm taking it again. Those of us who are presenting in session A1 are presenting in this room. A1 is this room. A2 is the room on our right. So you step out, go through the glass door, you see signages leading you to that room. On that door, they have written Omani 1. That is for those who are presenting in A2. A3 is the door just next to this entrance. Once you step out, you have written on the door Omani 4. Please, are we clear? Thank you so much. So please, we can break into the oral presentation sessions. Thank you. So we have our moderators for the sessions. For the moderation in this room, we have Professor Susan. She's moderating with Dr. Amokode. They are moderating in this room. For session A2, our moderators are Dr. Chrysanthus Kubio and then Dr. Richard. They are moderating for A2. And then for A3, our moderator will be Dr. Gifty Boating. I'm taking it again. For this room, our moderator is Professor, there are two moderators here, Professor Susan and then Dr. Amokode. Then for A2, our moderators are Dr. Chrysanthus and then Dr. Richard. And then for A3, our moderator will be Dr. Gifty Boating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's do it quickly so that we'll be able to gain a little time and quickly go for snack. Thank you lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suzanne Kiwanuka from Makerere University School of Public Health, and I'm privileged to moderate this session. The session has 3 presenters, and I'll be doing this with my co-facilitator, Dr. Kofi.
And my name is Dr. Kofi Amokode, the Regional Director for Health, Oti Region, but I thought we were going to wait for them to separate first. But they are all still here. Have they separated yet? They are now going. Okay, so Prof, let's continue.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I think we should just roll this out. I will invite our first presenter, Phyllis Antwiwa.
So let me help you there. So the first presenter is Phyllis Antwiwa Fletcher. May we give her a hand of applause as she attends.
Yeah, Phyllis will be presenting to us about bovine tuberculosis. Over to you, Phyllis. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Phyllis Antwiwa Fletcher, GFELT Advanced Cohort 18, presenting on bovine tuberculosis surveillance system evaluation in the Tema Metropolis, Greater Accra region of Ghana. Next. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So my presentation will follow this outline. Bovine tuberculosis, BTB, is a zoonotic disease caused by the Mycobacterium bovis from the Mycobacterium complex of bacteria. It poses a public health threat and causes economic losses in livestock production. In Ghana, BTB is a significant but underreported problem. Studies estimate BTB prevalence in cattle between 5 and 10%, with higher rates in urban and peri-urban dairy farms. The lack of efficient monitoring and reporting affects disease control and public health. Surveillance systems are to be evaluated routinely. That is to determine if the system is providing data for public health action and if it's meeting its objectives. BTB surveillance system was last evaluated in 2016 in Ghana. The objectives of the BTB surveillance system are 1, early detection of BTB, and 2, containment and prevention of the zoonotic transmission of BTB from cattle to humans. My surveillance system evaluation objectives were 1, to assess if the system is achieving its objectives, to evaluate the usefulness of the BTB surveillance system, and also to evaluate the attributes of the system. The evaluation design was cross-sectional, and we used the CDC's updated guidelines for evaluating public health surveillance systems, 2001. Data was collected from veterinary reports, lab records, stakeholder interviews, and observational checklist. The attributes assessed were sensitivity, simplicity, acceptability, flexibility, and the others. The stakeholders engaged were from the veterinary services, then butchers and cattle merchants from the Tema metropolis. The evaluation period was from 2020 to 2024, that is 5 years. And the area of evaluation was the Tema metropolis in the Greater Accra region, specifically the Tema slaughterhouse. The data collection tools were in 2 parts. 1 was a semi-structured questionnaire for description of operations of the BTB surveillance system. And the second was a scored checklist used to assess if the system met out its indicators, its attributes, and also the system's usefulness. Descriptive analysis of slaughter trends and suspected BTB cases formed the data analysis. Then individual components were assigned scores of 0 if the key finding does not support the indicator, and 1 if the key finding supports the indicator. The overall scores of attributes were the sum of the component scores over the total number of components in percentages, and these were the interpretations. It was categorized into the following with their interpretations attached. So if the attribute scores less than 60%, it is deemed as poor or weak. If it scores 80 to 60%, it is deemed as moderate, and then higher than 80% is deemed as good. Ethical consideration was obtained from the veterinary services and the Tema Metro veterinary unit through the GFELTP. Verbal consent was obtained from key informants, and then we ensured confidentiality through anonymity. The BTB surveillance, to my results, the BTB surveillance system at the Tema slaughterhouse operates as a passive surveillance mechanism embedded within routine meat inspection. So these are the channels of data flow in the BTB surveillance system. So data is taken by the meat inspector at the slaughterhouse. The meat inspector forwards it to the district level. The district in turn forwards it to the regional level, and then in turn to the national level, where the national level also reports to the supporting partners and the international bodies. Feedback is received through the same mechanism. The BTB surveillance system detects cases, but not all true BTB cases. And about 1% of suspected BTB cases have been recorded over the evaluation period. The system misses early and subclinical infections, and there is no laboratory confirmation for the surveillance system, and there's also incomplete case capture. This graph shows the trend of suspected BTB cases recorded in the Tama slaughterhouse over the 5 years. Evaluation of usefulness. There are some indicators used to evaluate usefulness if the system generated data for public health actions, if it's able to detect cases, to estimate the disease burden, and then the resource allocation, which was scored as weak. Evaluation of the other attributes, which were sensitivity scored weak or poor, timeliness good, stability was weak, simplicity was equally good, acceptability, yes, good, flexibility as well. Data quality was equally good because they completed all aspects of the VF9 forms used in the collection of data. There was consistency between the facility data and the metro and regional data as well. It is worthy to note that the system was not representative of the true BTB burden on ground. So the overall performance of the attributes scored about 65%, which was deemed as moderate. And then the evaluation of the entire BTB system scored 57%, which was deemed as weak. The surveillance system objectives were achieved because there was detection of BTB cases, that is the suspected cases detected were either through antemortem or postmortem inspection. And then there was also containment or prevention of zoonotic diseases as carcasses from all suspected cases were wholly or partially condemned, which was dependent on the severity of infection. Usefulness was weak, as suspected cases were limited to condemnation and does not inform public health decisions. The surveillance system underestimates the true BTB burden due to lack of laboratory confirmation. Also, there was no epidemiological traceback as animal origin was unknown, and all of this corresponds with the findings from studies done by Lopez et al. Sensitivity was weak as many carcasses bypassed inspection, and there was no confirmatory testing. PVP appears difficult to estimate as samples are not tested routinely, but samples, occasionally active surveillance is conducted and samples are tested. Cattle population was unknown, which made it very difficult to estimate the disease prevalence in Tema Metro. And then also TB-like lesions from slaughterhouse was found not to be caused, most of the samples tested was found not to be Mycobacterium bovis, but rather the non-tuberculous mycobacteria, which resulted in a high misclassification risk. Generally, there was good acceptability, the reporting timelines were good, data quality was good, but the stability of the surveillance system was compromised by limited resources. To conclude, the BTB surveillance system is functional but weak, with low sensitivity and low representativeness, limiting its effectiveness for public health action. Also, the lack of routine laboratory confirmation leading to misclassification and underestimation of the true BTB burden, and the lack of resources and logistics limits the system from functioning at its full potential. The system, despite a few good indicators, is deemed weak. It is recommended to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to invest more resources to support the BTB surveillance. Also, the Veterinary Services Directorate should carry out animal census in all districts, as well as equip veterinary laboratories to test samples from slaughter facilities routinely. I educated the staff, butchers and meat handlers on the appropriate use of PPEs and encouraged butchers and cattle merchants to slaughter at approved facilities. These are my references, and I acknowledge the following entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phyllis, another hand clap for Phyllis, please. Please take a seat. Our next presenters are Taiwo Fafali Womade. I hope I haven't slaughtered that one. Taiwo, please come over for the next presentation, and she will be followed by Jennifer Y. Peligba. Please ready yourself for your presentation. Thank you. I would also ask that you take note of the questions you want to ask, and we will open up the session after all the presentations. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taiwo Fafali Womade, a regulatory officer with the FDA. Today, I'll be presenting the findings on the group project of intermediate cohort 10 on the prevalence and determinants of substance abuse among youth in Greater Accra, Eastern, Volta, and Oti regions of Ghana. My presentation will told this outline. Let's kindly take a look at this video. The gentlemen you see are part of the 10 million youth globally that are caught in the firm grip of substance abuse. In the findings of a systematic analysis done by Olawale et al., they found that 4 out of every 10 youth in sub-Saharan Africa abuse substance. This is the situation for Ghana as well. And this has garnered the attention of the media, both electronic and print. To curtail this, the government of Ghana implemented some interventions and policies and other initiatives, yet the menace persists, likely due to insufficient population level data and limited insight on regional variations on the drivers and patterns of substance abuse. Our findings will provide some context-specific insight to guide targeted interventions. So to achieve this, we sought out to determine the prevalence of substance abuse, the types of substances abused, and the determinants of substance abuse among youth in Greater Accra, Eastern, Volta, and Oti regions, and also to explore the lived experiences of these substance abusers in these regions. We employed a mixed method approach on these neighboring 4 regions between June to December this year. And these regions each present unique characteristics that could influence the patterns and drivers of substance use. We included youth between 18 to 35 years living in these selected regions in our study, and employing WHO 30/7 cluster sampling, 7 youth from 7 households from 30 communities in 2 districts of each region was sampled, and that gave us a total of 840 participants. For our quantitative data, we used snowballing sampling to select our participants. Data collection for our quantitative data was employed by an electronic questionnaire, whilst focus group guide was employed for our quantitative data gathering. For data management, the principal investigator was the only person having access to our data, and to ensure data quality, accuracy, consistency, and completeness was considered for our data collected. These individuals and institutions were considered for our ethical procedures. On our quantitative data, thematic analysis was conducted, whilst EpiInfo and QGIS softwares were used to analyze our quantitative data. Our outcome variable is defined as a moderate or high risk of any substance use according to the WHO classification for specific substance involvement score. Inferential statistics was also calculated for our quantitative data, where adjusted odds ratios were estimated at a 95% confidence interval, and our results were presented in text, tables, graphs, and map. Our results shows that out of the 901 youth involved in this study, 65% were males, and the median age was 25 years. Most of them were Christians and self-employed, while 42.5% were SHS leavers. Figure 2 shows the prevalence of substance abuse. And we see here that the prevalence of substance abuse across these 4 regions was 27.9%, and alcohol was the most abused substance, followed by tobacco, while hallucinogen was the least substance abused. Figure 3 shows a geospatial mapping of prevalence of substance abuse. On the regional level in our B chart, Volta region is in the lead with the 38.3% prevalence level, while OT has the lowest prevalence. And in the district category, Pando municipality takes the lead in the high prevalence of substance use. Our table 3 gives us the factors associated with substance abuse. After adjusting for confounding variables, these variables were found to be statistically significant: age and educational level. While the odds of substance use increases with increasing age, it decreases with increasing educational status. And we also found that sex, history of physical violence, and close friends who use substance were high predictors of substance use. In our qualitative data, 78 participants were involved, and they mentioned alcohol, tobacco, tramadol, and weed were the most substances they abuse. And they mentioned a mix of formal and informal channels for assessing these substances. While asking them what the motivation for use was, a 25-year-old male in Upper West Akim said, these are girls who look down on some men sexually, and we might want to prove them wrong. When I take 2 or 3 of the 50, she'll be marveled. Perceived risk was acknowledged by some participants, while some totally ignored it. In the case of a 33-year male in Kratchi West, he says, I haven't seen anyone who has also fallen sick because of this. They confirmed that the community sees them as misfits and calls for social support and governmental support in terms of job creation, rehabilitation centers, and also enforced regulatory activities. Our findings reveal that more than a quarter of these youth in these selected regions abuse substances due to the roles of some of these substances in our social gatherings and how socially accepted some of these substances are in our gatherings as youth or persons in general. We also noted some regional variations where Volta was in lead with the highest prevalence. And this could be as a result of the cultivation of some of these substances in these areas, which is supported by findings by Apati et al. The youth acknowledge they usually or commonly abuse alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis due to the availability and affordability. And this conforms with other findings from other studies. We found that males are more likely to higher odds of substance abuse due to their engagement in manual labor, for sexual enhancement, as we've seen before, for grief management, and also joblessness. Ashibi et al. Also found that traumatized persons use drug as maladaptive coping strategy, and that was found in our study as well, which mentioned that those who are exposed to physical violence are at a higher odds of substance abuse. Higher education was protective against substance abuse because it enhances knowledge and also reinforces social norms. Our study is limited by the sensitive nature of our topic, so we may have underestimated the prevalence of the abuse among this population. In summary, 1 in 4 youth abuse substances in the Greater Accra, Volta, Eastern, and Oti regions, and they most commonly abuse alcohol and tobacco. The risk factors are being a male, being aged 21 years above, lower education, exposure to physical violence, and peer substance abuse. And they mention emotional stress, unemployment, and peer influence as the major motivation. Despite the stigma attached to substance abuse, they perceive this as a coping mechanism. By way of recommendation, in a joint effort by FDA and the Ghana Health Service, we would want to intensify public health. We want to intensify health education in targeted areas where the prevalence has been seen to be high, and also in the groups who are highly at risk. We would also want to increase enforcement of these tobacco control measures by the Food and Drugs Authority to curtail the use and this advertisement and sponsorship. The Ghana Health Service, in collaboration with their mental health unit, should also strengthen counseling and support for these victims by having accessible health lines and community support groups. The National Youth Employment Agency should also expand on job and vocational training for this youth. This could help curtail the substance abuse among them. By way of public education, public health action, we educated the youth on the effects of substance use and in what manner they could receive help should they be willing to stop the substance abuse. I duly acknowledge these institutions and persons for their varied support during this project. My references. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Another hand clap for Ms. Bywell. Our last presenter is Jennifer. Over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Peligba. I'm a regulatory officer with the FDA Upper East Region, representing for Frontline Cohort 20 on the topic Enhancing Regulatory Compliance Through Data Quality, Identifying Gaps and Opportunities within the Ghana FDA Upper East Regional Office. This is by way of my outline.
About 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay. So the FDA's role is simple, safeguarding public health. The FDA safeguards public health by way of monitoring and making sure that regulating our food, drugs, our cosmetics and medical devices. Data is reliable. Reliable data is crucial for regulatory, for regulatory actions. And the essence of a data quality audit is to review the accuracy and consistency for data for reliable regulation. Our rationale for the data quality audits was to ensure the regulatory decisions are based on dependable data, and our goal for the study was to identify the gaps and implement corrective measures and improve data integrity within the FDA regional structure. Our main objective was to evaluate and enhance data quality managed by the enforcement and safety monitoring units. Our specific objectives were to identify the strengths and weaknesses of data management, of the data management systems, and to assess the opportunities and threats to the regulatory compliance, as well as to implement on-the-job training and recommend public health actions. The design took a cross-sectional study. It was a descriptive cross-sectional study, which was primarily qualitative, which had a minor quantitative component. The study site was at the FDA Regional Office of the Upper East Region, and the focus units was the Safety Monitoring Unit and the Enforcement Unit. We included 15 participants, 15 officers from the Enforcement Unit, the Safety Monitoring Unit, members of Administration Unit. We included the Data Quality Desk Officer and the Monitoring and Evaluation Focal Person as well to the study. The data collection included stakeholder interviews, file reviews, and observation. We used the standardized structured questionnaire from the GFELT, we adapted it to suit the FDA structure. The file reviews were done for the last quarter of 2024, which was October to December 2024. And for the Enforcement Unit, market surveillance reports, safe disposal reports, and consumer complaints were what were reviewed. And for the Safety Monitoring Department, we reviewed individual case safety reports, which are adverse drug reaction reports and adverse events following immunization reports, as well as pharmacovigilance lecture reports. We analyzed the data quality based on the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat system. And the purpose was to identify the capabilities, the gaps, innovations, and try to identify risk mitigation strategies. For the results, we realized that the largest cohort for the experienced staff profile was within the age 35 to 39 bracket, with it being 40% of our participants were within that bracket. For the Enforcement Unit, we realized that there were high scores of timeliness and accuracy with the market surveillance reports and strong performance in consumer complaint documentation. Safety monitoring we also experienced consistent timeliness for ICSR submission and reliable tracking for pharmacovigilance lectures. So these are graphs showing the results for the activities carried out within the Enforcement Unit and for the Safety Monitoring Unit. Although the reporting metrics appear adequate, the qualitative SWOT analysis revealed a significant systemic weakness which impacts our data integrity. So for the strengths under the Enforcement Unit, we had experienced staff and qualified staff. There was a strong legal and regulatory framework. Under the weaknesses, we realized that there was no visible flowchart or guide to explain how information should flow within the units. And for opportunities, we realized that we could create region-specific performance indicators, which would be specified to each region. And there was a threat of staff shortage, which caused burnout because the number of working staff to the outputs expected is wholly inadequate. For the Safety Monitoring Department, there is a national standardized reporting system in place, which helps with the reporting structure. The weaknesses included the national system actually bypasses the regional office. So most of the times during campaign seasons, information doesn't flow through the regional departments, the region, but it flows directly to the national. So it makes it difficult for the region to actually analyze the data that has been collected for the region. The opportunities included to grant access to the regional access to the national database, to train health workers on consistent reporting, and not to do so just in campaign seasons. Publicly, the threats included the public only reports during vaccination campaigns, which impedes on our data quality. In conclusion, the DQA successfully highlighted areas for targeted intervention. The system strengths included experienced staff and a strong regulatory framework. The weaknesses included no visible flow charts and some training gaps. External factors that were assessed included opportunities such as system modernization and local partnerships with our local governments. The threats also included unstable internet connectivity, which impedes real-time reporting of data. We recommended that the HR for FDA at the head office should increase the staff strength to reduce staff burnout, the IT department to develop a mobile application for field data collection, and implement targeted community awareness campaigns to improve individual case safety reporting. And that was targeted to the regional communications and the enforcement teams. My public health actions, I developed a simple flowcharts for information within the units and clarified some reporting channels for the staff. I duly acknowledge these here. Thank you very much.
So let's give it out to her once more as she walks to join her colleagues. Please join your colleagues here. So, audience, we are done with the 3 presentations, and we now go in for questions and then clarifications, as well as if somebody wants to also add on or put in a recommendation for us all. So we start from my right here. We are going for 5 questions. From my right here, then we will take 3 from here, 2 from here. Then if there's time, we can take 2 again and 3 from here. I'm doing that because it appears the population here is higher than those here. So that's why we have given them 3 chances and then 2 here. So please, if you have any question, please do raise up your hand, and then the mic will be sent to you. Okay, so you want the... Okay, fine. So there's a mic at the middle. You can walk there and ask your question. Please, the questions should be precise. We don't want another presentation. So the question should be precise to the point. And there shouldn't be question number A, B. 1A, 1B should not come. It should be only 1A. Not 1A, 1B. So 1 question, 1 person. Thank you very much. So go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. My question is to Phyllis on bovine tuberculosis. Phyllis, please, we know that your method should be able to stand the test of replicability. So could you kindly tell me your choice of scoring? You have 60, and then 60 to 80, and then 80 and above. Could you kindly tell me why you choose that age range? And then...
I said there shouldn't be. Please, if you ask 1 question, then, you know, we don't have question 1A and question B. No, one question per person, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, presenters, for the wonderful presentation. My first question goes to Phyllis and
your one and only question, please.
okay, so since Felix was asked one, then let me go to Daryl. Yes, I want to know which confounding factors that you controlled for and why median instead of mean. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Sadia. My question goes to the last presenter with the SWOT analysis. With the safety monitoring, the weakness, he said the national system bypasses the regional office. I want to know what exactly is the flow and how is the national bypassing the regional office? Because I know in FDA, we don't have district office. So how is it operating? Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Well done for your presentations. My question goes to the regulator, the second presenter. I want to have an idea of the focus of your age group on 18 to 35. What really informed that? Because I know in Ghana, the youth age starts from 15 to 35. So what informed the 18 to 35? Thank you.
So I'm told we are going to have only one round of questions. So please, if there's anyone on the left side who wants to add a question, please just stand up and then ask your question.
Thank you very much to the presenters. Fafali, you made a point that your regions were 3, if I'm clear, and that is 4. Okay. So I don't know whether Upper West is part, but I didn't hear the Upper West. But when you were mentioning the sex enhancement, you said somebody said they take their drugs to enhance the sex from Upper West. All right, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay, so now that the questions are over, I think, okay, so we give the last chance to the gentleman who just rushed in. Okay, yeah. So gentleman, the last chance, please.
Thank you very much. And congrats to all presenters. My question goes to Fafali on the substance abuse. I had some very good recommendations, but in fact, one had to do with enforcement. Then I thought in explaining, she actually related it to FDA. I didn't hear the bit of the police and also other security services. Because just to add a little bit, in Tamale, Northern region, there's a strong fight against substance abuse. And I think the IG actually sent special team. And then in fact, what is happening there is really helping in the fight against substance abuse. So I just want to know your take on the engaging other security services. Thank you.
So thank you so much. It's now over with the questions. And to whet the appetite of the presenters, we are going to have lunch between 1:40 and 2:20. That is 13:40 and 14:20. And then there's also going to be a poster session, which will start from lunch and extend throughout the day. Everyone is free to visit the poster room at Labadi Suite Room at the reception. Kindly ensure you have your coupon for lunch. So presenters, please, I think you jot down your questions. May you please give us answers to those questions. Thank you.
Okay. So the choice of scoring was adapted from the 2001 CDC guidelines and also literature from other studies, which I can make available after this.
Please, did you get the answer? Please, I think your phone was a little on the low side. Your voice was.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. The choice of scoring was adapted from the 2001 CDC guidelines for the surveillance system evaluations and also from literature from other studies, which I can make available after this. Thank you.
I'm grateful.
You had about 3 questions. You had 3 questions, isn't it? 4. So why don't you answer? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and answer your question, please.
I'm grateful for all your questions. I'll start from the last questions, which mentioned that only FDA was considered for enforcement. That point is well taken. I was biased because I was focused on the tobacco control aspect. But then that point is well noted. We will include that. And then about the Upper West issue, it was Upper West that came up in the Eastern region. Then that one was also mentioned. And then I had a question which asked why the age category for the youth 18 to 35 years. We did that to eliminate the minors so that parental consent aspect of our work can also be taken out, hence focusing on the adult population in the youth category. Also, why median was used instead of the mean. Our data was skewed, it wasn't normally distributed. Hence, we reported on the median. Thank you very much.
Okay, so my question was, how does the national structure bypass the regional? So this was targeted to our stakeholders, especially during campaign seasons. Whenever they report AEFIs and ADRs, they hardly pass it through the regional offices. It goes straight to the national office. It doesn't pass, most of the time it goes straight to the national office. So we are unable to get that particular data to actually do some analysis on it. So that is why it's a weakness. Thank you.
So I think we'll give one more chance to somebody who actually has a passionate question to ask. One passionate question. Somebody stood up. Yes, please do ask your question, because I think even though we are short of time, I think I need some life into.
Okay, my name is Robert Doe. My question is for the second presenter. Okay, I would like to know how was your sampling procedure done and how was the quantitative sampling done, as well as the sample calculation, so that we can evaluate the prevalence.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So we employed the WHO 30/7 sampling method, which in our study, we sampled 7 youth from 7 households from 30 communities from 2 districts of each region. And that gave us 210 participants per region and 840 participants over the 4 regions we included in our study. And that sampling method is usually good to determine coverage or prevalence, hence the option for that sampling method for our quantitative study.
So thank you so much. I think we've come to the end of this wonderful section. And may we give out a loud hand of applause for the 3 presenters. We've done so well. At a point, some of them were getting jittery, but they've got calmed down. So please, we want to thank you all for coming and for sharing your thoughts and your analysis with us. Thank you so much. We wish you all the best. Please, may you take your seats. My co-moderator, could you please come here so that we listen to the chairman who will send us off to sit down. Please, Susan, may you please come. So we're waiting for the chairman of the session to discharge the moderators to go and sit down. So, say something.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kofi. It has been a pleasure moderating this session with you and meeting you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this very exciting session. Thank you for your contribution and for learning from our presenters. I'm particularly pleased to note that all the presenters were female. You might wonder why. It's such an encouraging and refreshing panel. It was a woman. Thank you very much.
So the chairman, are we discharged?
You are duly discharged to have your lunch break for exactly 40 minutes. Exactly 40 minutes. Please pick your coupon and then we will be having the poster sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's lunch break, so we'll be back in the next 40 minutes. Thank you for being on us.
Are you going for them? Okay. Okay, so that's why we had a snack, but I'll put at one of the tables. Yeah, please, let's go. I wanted to. Yes, I miss. At the back. I'll be there, so I want to direct you to where you are. Rob, welcome.
Then they have the debate.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Kamu tu cek. Pada malam malam itu aja tu dah ada kan.
Representing.
Are you presenting?
Tell it. Yeah, we know why.
What do bag it also? That's fine. Same area. Then for the area.
So either to the left or the right. Why? You know, attention.
I think we've printed. Let me.
It's somebody to give back. Once this thing is about artificial, if there is nobody I'm going to because
All the speakers will talk about.
and they have already said, there is nothing new, so yeah, I just will add what I said.
They are big about it. So they go to the 19th level. They have everything. So I'm wondering, I'm just listening. Why they putting
So the issue is no matter how many points you give to justify that, they to justify that so it's not necessary. That's why the money the war is involving and there is nothing the work that they are as well for transitional method.
There's nothing happening. We are want to do something.
So
we came to set I think that's the basic. Oh, you just from here. We are. I didn't know that they had prepared. Let's just hear that. I'm telling us. All right. Why?
Should be putting it's a very culture. This distribution because I am with you. I will agree if I popping up with this and I trust this and I investigator if I don't know I see so that during and also they are also I have been on this decision. Yet they are still people this people. Meanwhile, other members that have foundation artificial intelligence this term is defined as the advanced system and machine learning to analyze assess analyze analyze data. Example. Our first point is efficiency of business. Public health knowledge massive AI and massive data including climate data. AI assistant contact tracing. AI
AI is system. Operating activities with surveillance skills. They are by 2035, what is the director? Data about the ones that the African state at the end of next week. Local organizations are already what AI attractive for in the CDC data organization we have what data data. They are requesting I have the family privately if we start a skill day. It's very pretty because they have correct I have sensitivity. Auditor it out. Everyone is able to prevent repetition and comment by saying people learn, they learn. We stop with this because competency, AI competency is necessary to protect the public. And this is why the team of this full frame studying innovation, public health, and
Space that I have 50 seconds. I think it's good. Like I mentioned, if they have not stopped, or you don't talk like that. I can say, for example, in my class, people for anything, yes, so that you can be able to take away of them. Yes, so that I can take up the time.
And
So I'm not ready. Thank you. I mean, already.
Maybe I said it too fast, or maybe I will start soon.
No, I'm just saying that you have to step at the left. I think, and to part in my class, and use AI analysis for that man. Something like that. Once the event is on, thank you very much. So that's not. Then we compare you that. I think it's particular argument because people are saying that that they are trying to sabotage the system and yet people that were training programming number of people that left and needed. When you look at this very well, what do I do? Is it going to cause already anemic? So at this point, my by saying one that public debt is based on principles, agent environments, which are well outlined over decades of years. AI coming in rather than and time that we used to learn about application and implementation, evaluation, what have we spent my second is that we know that technology, AI is technology, as technology only moves time. What happens? Yes, it happens. It can happen. It will not be of benefit. Mean that we are not spending time on something that dynamic patches. That based on human and natural intelligence. Then my second is that AI is not allowed to be effective. Some people have to not do that access to non-AI than for that. And this will be an inequity and people are not doing it. In such a way that nobody's performance will be based on how much money you have. It's against the public health. That in public health, living and with these points, that is the advantage in public health. Thank you.
My question is, that's the dry season, right? Okay. Did you see something like in between the dry and the rainy season? What is the picture like? Because always we have this traditional mind that it's only in the dry season that the meningitis cases pick up. I am a vet actually, but usually I follow up on these meningitis issues because some time in the past we lost a kid to that, a close family friend. So I'm more interested in what happened between these two seasons, the wet and the dry. Okay, so what did you see exactly? Even where your picking point is there, is that February really? Yeah. Because after January, we have February, March, and where I'm seeing that peak, is it really February? Convince me and tell me something. Thank you very much. Yeah. It looks like March, I don't know. Thanks.
Okay. We are talking about secondary data, but you have pathophysiology questions that I want to hear from the presenter. Okay.
All right, thank you for the question. Yes, so from the data set, cases were actually recorded in the wet season too. Some few cases gets recorded. The suspect cases still, surveillance is still ongoing. They suspect cases at that time as well, so they pick up cases over there too. But however, it's the dry season that we get most of the cases. The dry season that the cases then surge. We get surges during the dry season. And to convince you that it's April, then I'll take you back to my data set. If you could have time, I can share the data set with you, then we'll look at it, and then I'll expand on this line graph, and then you see that, yes, it's actually in February that it peaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for Ismail, and let me call Paul. Paul is ready to present us a 5-year review of tuberculosis surveillance indicator and epidemiologic pattern in OT region in Ghana, 2024. You are all in 2024. What is this problem in Ghana? All data from 20 to 24. Okay, go ahead. 7 minutes.
All right, thank you very much and good afternoon. My name is Paul Anwari, a public health officer with the Nkwanta South Municipal Health Directorate, OT region, intermediate cohort 10. I'm going to present on a 5-year TB case detection in the OT region. I'm going to run you through from background to acknowledgement. TB is an infectious airborne disease caused by the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. We have various types of TBs, but the one that makes you cough, 90% of them affect the lungs. Globally, in 2021, 10.6 million people were detected with tuberculosis, and yet significant proportion went undiagnosed. In Africa continued to bear 25% of global TB cases. That was in 2024. Then what is the Ghana situation? In 2020, our TB prevalence stood at 165 cases per 100,000 population. OT region continued to present certain epidemiological vulnerabilities such as socioeconomic deprivation, poor housing, and limited infrastructure, which drive the spread of TB. Surveillance runs in all health facilities in the region with TB community-based surveillance volunteers supporting community case detection. Therefore, descriptive surveillance data is critical for identifying trends, improving outcomes, and also guiding targeted control strategies. The study was set out to assess the performance of surveillance indicators in the region for the period 2020 to 2024, to also describe case distribution by age and sex, to determine the trend of the cases in the region, and also map the geographical distribution of cases in the region. We conducted a cross-sectional study using secondary data for the period of 2020 to 2024. This was done in the OT region where the administrative capital is done by with a projected population of 799,000. There are 7 gene expert sites in the region. And the major occupation in the region is farming, trading. We also have some quarry sites around the KJB districts. And the data was extracted from these, particularly from the TB07 and TB08. Variables that were considered in the analysis are the age, sex, HIV status. We also look at the monthly trends. We look at some outcome variables such as cure rate, treatment success rate, case fatality rate. The data was downloaded from the DIMS. Duplicates were deleted. Calls were also made to verify some of the data we downloaded. And then the 8 groupings was actually was adapted from the DIMS, because that is how the data is entered in the DIMS, so it could not have been altered. We calculated proportion of TB cases that had HIV. We also looked at the proportion of cases that we lost. We looked at rates. Tools that we used to do the analysis were the Excel 365. QGIS was used for the mapping. Results were presented in graphs, figures, and then maps. Before the analysis, we sought permission from the OT Regional Health Directorate, the district that were involved, and then we also have a letter from GFEL Secretariat. What did we find then? We noticed that incident rates in the region was increasing, means that more cases were being detected over the years. Then HIV co-infection, however, was rather was reducing. Then some case notification rates, case detection, case HIV, case fatality rate, and then treatment success rate and cure rate, all were also on the ascendancy, except in 2023 that our case cure rate dipped a little. Then when it comes to age and sex distribution, we noticed that males were usually recorded, more cases were recorded among the males. And then when it comes to sex, apart from the tender age between 5 and 14 years, we noticed that the rest of the other age groups, more cases were recorded among males. And then the cases were also increasing with age. Then when it comes to geographic distribution, before the geographic distribution, we also look at it by the time factor. And we noticed that between October, November, December to April, we always have a little surge in cases. And it has been consistent except in 2023, where the pattern was a little different. Then in terms of geographic distribution, Nkwanta South, Biakuye, and then Krachin Chumuru recorded higher cases as compared to the other districts. TB was common among males and also common among persons 65 years and above. This finding was consistent with global TB pattern, which probably suggests that males usually bear more risk factors as compared to the females. And then as you age, your immunity also wanes, so therefore you are prone to TB. However, this was contrary to a finding from a study that was conducted in Kenya that found that TB was rather, the burden was higher among persons 25 years to 35 years. Then when it comes to the overall HIV-TB co-infection, we found that the prevalence was less than 10, that is TB-HIV co-infection. However, and this was better than a study that was conducted in some parts of South Africa, which found that TB-HIV co-infection was more than 40%. Then the monthly case distribution, which shows a seasonal clustering between November and April, corresponded with the dry season, possibly due to the increase in indoor crowding, reduced air circulation, and heightened health-seeking behavior after the farming season. This was consistent with a study by Scott and others. And then, however, this finding contradicted with some studies that was conducted in Uganda and India, which suggests that transmission of TB has less influence by climatic seasonalities. In conclusion, the region recorded increase in TB case detection, treatment success, and cure rate. However, case fatality was on the ascendancy. was on a decline. TB affected more males than in females, and then the burden also increased with age. TB case notification and incident also show a rising trend. Biakuya, Krachin, Chumuru, and Kwata South recorded the highest number of cases, while Buan recorded the least. We therefore recommend that the district TB coordinator should scale up interventions to identify missed cases, especially in Nkwanta South and Nkwanta North and Krachi Guan. They also recommend that the district TB coordinator should conduct refresher training for clinicians and chemical sellers to support TB detection. Some action that were taken were we sensitized TB coordinators on monthly case data audit because we found certain data disparities in the DIMS. Irregularities and the inconsistency of data were also brought to the attention of the district TB coordinator as well as the regional TB coordinator. We also coached the district TB coordinators to create a dashboard in the DIMS such that they can monitor their monthly TB indicators. Thank you very much. We acknowledge the following organizations and partners who supported the research work. Our references.
Thank you, Paul. We are pressed with time, so can we get maybe one pressing question? The questions can continue even after the program. Any question? Yes, Gafri.
Very much. You mentioned some two studies.
Microphone is not working.
Thank you. You mentioned some two studies in your discussion, three findings to yours. Why do you think your study was different from what that particular study found?
Can I go ahead and answer?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the study designs were different. We used a cross-sectional study. The one that was a case control study. So the study designs were different. And then the setting could have also been a factor. This study was conducted in a rural part of Ghana, Oti, in a very deprived area. And then the one that I'm talking about was in South Africa, which South Africa generally is well developed than Ghana. So I personally think some of the certain variation could be some of the factors.
Thank you. This conversation can continue after. We are really pressed with time. Our next presenter is Elvis Ayamga. He will present on surveillance data quality audits in 3 health facilities in the Bongo district, 2025. So you have 10 minutes, but 10 minutes for everything, so please.
I'm presenting on surveillance data quality in 3 health facilities in the Bongo district. I will take you through from background through to acknowledgement. So the Ghana Health Service is mandated to prudently manage healthcare delivery in this country. And included in that mandate is the allocation of resources. But before they'll be able to achieve this mandate, a thorough knowledge of the health status of the country is required, which can only be attained through surveillance, and surveillance through data collection. In our case, in the Bongo district, and to a large extent, the Upper East region, earlier this year, we had stockhouse of viral load, HIV viral load and tuberculosis gene expert cartridges. The viral load cartridge stockhouse still persists till date. And the obvious guess is that there was low allocations of these cartridges. And why? Because we didn't have the required knowledge of our needs
That means there's a compromise in data that was collected previous years. And this necessitated this data quality audit in the district. So the aim was to identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and then threats that exist in the current disease surveillance system in these facilities. So as I said, the audit was done in Bongo District in the Upper East region with over 100,000 populations and having about 112 health facilities. The specific facilities that this audit was taken in is Bongo District Hospital, the primary referral center in the district, and BC Health Center, which is the health center in the heart of the Bongo Township with a lot of traffic. And then Dua Health Center is a pioneer of the Ghana Health Service network of practice and is now a model facility in the district. So it was thought wise to include it. Participants in this audit included a whole lot of CADA, from disease surveillance, disease control officers to laboratory technicians. Data was obtained from DIMS, 2 case report forms, facility registered, and then laboratory registers. And the technique involved interviews and then observing and document review. So we interviewed about 10 participants across all CADA, mostly females, and most of them had 6 years to 10 years of work experience. So a SWOT analysis table was done for the individual facilities, Dua Health Center, BC Health Center, and then the Bongo District Hospital, and a composite table for all 3 facilities. So the common strengths that was seen in the existing disease surveillance system included the availability of case definition forms, the availability of district and sub-district spot maps for confirmed priority diseases, and also timely and consistent reporting. Weaknesses included reporting protocols, though existed, were mostly not displayed. And the flow of information, most officers knew, but it wasn't summarized and then displayed properly. And then mostly trends for priority diseases were not up to date. The opportunities included, they had good data entry softwares or platforms, including SOMAS, DIMS 2, and then LIMS. They had staff who had undergone trainings, in-service training in disease surveillance, and then they had means of having their case forms available. The threats included insufficient support for field work, though there were support, but most of the disease surveillance officers were saying for field work, which is required for a robust disease surveillance, the support wasn't sufficient. The facility level laboratories were not equipped to determine most of the immediately reportable diseases. And also supplies for identification of immediately reportable diseases was not adequate. In conclusion, there were notable strengths, including consistent and timely reporting. And there were also opportunities such as districts, authorities, and then opportunities such as support from district authorities, and then supervisory visits from the district, the DHA level. And these should be applauded and then encouraged. notwithstanding gaps in reporting, displaying documents, as I emphasized in the results, still remains, and also threats such as the limited capacity of the laboratories, poor logistics, and then overall constraints in all leads to constraints in the surveillance system. So in conducting this audit, we had the challenge of limited access to data entry platforms. So we had to rely on disease surveillance officers' access to be able to get data from these platforms. And also, because of tight schedule, it was difficult to get all these stakeholders involved in disease surveillance together at once. We recommended facility management to create designated notice for display of documents. They should also organize their filing and storage system well and equip laboratories to do most of the identification of IRDs. And then the district health directorate should also secure more reliable means of sample and then personnel transport. Thank you.
Okay, any question for Elvis? Any question for Elvis, please? Yes.
No. All right. Thank you, Elvis, for the wonderful presentation. Under your dress, you made a point like insufficient support. And when we come to surveillance, the support that you are talking of, is it logistics, is it fuel, is it capacity support, or human resource capacity building, or which one were you talking about? Because support to me seems so, big.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think it's specified for field activities. We all know that in the Ghana Health Service, there's support for field activities in terms of specimen transport. But for it to be robust, for disease surveillance to be robust, it all will stem from field activities. And that will mean that they have to go to the field more often. So the support is there, but it's not enough. Per what they get, you can't really do intense field activities. Thank you.
Okay, just two little questions. Do you, in this kind of exercise, we are expecting you to cover the 4 dimensions of data quality? I didn't see anything about this 4 dimensions of data quality. And at least, as you are a field epidemiologist, to have the verification of source to report data. This is really what we expect from field epidemiology. Have you managed to cover these things and not reported, or you didn't do anything about these 2 things? Source to report verification and the 4 dimensions of data quality. There is nothing in your report in terms of this kind of quality assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. So in terms of data quality, that data should be timely and then fit for purpose. Though I didn't capture, I presume we all know data quality, so I didn't capture it in my background.
Continue.
And is it front line? Ah, front line. Okay, so sorry.
So thank you very much. You have done very well. I think he deserves a round of applause.
Okay. No, he's.
Okay, so thank you for. Yes, thank you very much.
Lady need to close.
I think this is why we always say add your, if it's frontline, when you introduce yourself, you add it, then we know where to situate it so that it don't stress you. Thank you very much for wonderful presentations, and the engagement can continue. It doesn't have to end here. We've been asked to move to the main hall for the next session, so we will not stay here any longer. Thank you all for coming.
One will
Recording
be
in
for you to
progress.
pin your location. We want to know wherever you are, either online or in person. Pin your location. That will be the first thing. Once you pin your location, the next thing you will do is you will vote. Okay, we'll take a vote at the very beginning. Are we making progress? Are you able to scan the code? Are you able to cast a vote? IC team, they say it's not active. Can you activate it? So the first thing you would see is what place do you call home? Then you pin your location. Some people are asking for the code again. Those of the AI generation are saying refresh it. Refresh it and it will work. Are we making progress? Technology cannot fail us at this point. It can't fail. It will refuse to fail. Okay, so we can see people pinning their locations. So if you can't pin your location, you are not AI inclined. So now you can cast your vote in favor, for, or against. Don't be worried about this vote at this point. I'm sure the opposition team will try to convince you to. Never say die until the bones are rotten. We haven't reached there yet. They are not moved. They are not shaking. It is well. It is possible in the 24-hour economy. No shaking, no shaking, no shaking, no shaking. We'll get there. Okay. So as the voting is ongoing, I would like to introduce the teams who are going to be debating this afternoon. I would want to introduce those who are for the motion that there should be mandatory integration of AI into our curriculum for public health. So debating for the motion, we have our current residents. The very first person I'll introduce is Felicia Sato. Please, if I don't get the name right, please pardon me. Okay. Felicia is a dedicated Liberian registered nurse, child and adolescent mental health clinician, and she's currently in cohort 18. Felicia, please, can you mount the podium? Thank you very much. Then we have Aaron Kwesi Doche, who is cohort 19. He's a practicing health information officer with the Ghana Health Service. Aaron, can you kindly join Felicia? Then we have Alimatu Sadia, who is joining them. Alimatu serves as the Regional Pharmacovigilance Officer at the Food and Drugs Authority in the Bono Regional Office in Sunyani. Now let's come to graduates of the program who are opposing the motion. We have Samuel Dapa, who is a dedicated field epidemiologist with a strong background in laboratory science, ably supported by Raphael Jan Asamoah. Raphael is a public health nurse and a field epidemiologist. And the third person is Abdul Gafaru Mohammed, an epidemiologist with experience in clinical and implementation scientists. Distinguished guests, these are our debaters for this afternoon. We also have two judges who would be supporting us or helping us judge the debate that is going to happen. So we have in our midst Dr. Ekwia Hofwe, who is a public health specialist, country program manager, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Ghana, should be one of our judges. We also have our second judge, who is Hitani Indosi, a senior epidemiologist with the South Africa FETP. He's an alumnus of the South African program. He's passionate about teaching and training and capacity building in health security. He will be our second judge. Now to the ground rules. We are going to have the first speakers from the two groups who will come and make the point as to whether they are for the motion or against the motion. Then they will have a second speaker from the two groups who will come to buttress what the first speaker has said and rebut what the other group has also said. After that, we are going to have an open forum briefly where you would have the opportunity to ask them questions relating to what they have said. Then we'll have a third speaker from each of the groups who would come to summarize what their points are, based on which we are going to judge. So judging is in two forms. The audience would have a vote, and then we'll also have our judges also scoring them. The judges have 75%, and the audience will have 25%. So that is how we'll conclude. Because as we saw at the beginning, we want to be sure that there's no bias introduced. So that is how we'll do the judging. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our debate now, and I'll call on the first speaker for the motion to mount the podium and start. Thank you very much. You have 4 minutes to make your point. And as you know, I have an accurate timekeeper who will be ringing the bell. 1 minute to time, he will alert you. And when it's time, he will keep ringing the bell. And then you know that it's time to stop. So please be within time. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. I am Felicia Sarr, representing the proposition team as the first speaker. Today, we stand to affirm the motion that says mandatory competency training in artificial intelligence should be fully integrated into the core curriculum for all trainees in public health and epidemiology. This debate today is crucial as it will determine whether we are preparing a workforce for the current digital health system or still adhering to outdated training method. Before I begin to elaborate on my three arguments, I would like to frame this debate and define some key themes. Public health trainees are not abstract students. They feel real life challenges. There are trainees in rural Africa who are trying to make sense of incomplete digital data during an outbreak. There are also FETP residents who can code but don't know how to check for bias. Their lives depends on destination, yet they are still trained with all paper-based method. Curriculum designers and deans are faced with tech budget, while donors are demanding AI already graduate. Meanwhile, global health organizations like the WHO and Africa CDC are already using artificial intelligence for surveillance purpose, fast reporting, and prediction. AI in this term is not a science fiction needle or robot. It's referring to the advanced use of computer systems to analyze large complex data, predict, model, assess and detect outbreak, support surveillance, automate analysis, guide decisions, and ensure ethics and data safety. My first point is efficiency and modern relevance. Public health now manage vast amount of digital data. AI handle massive data, including electronic health records, climate data to monitor the spread of infectious diseases, genomics, GIS mapping, and real-time data outbreak that manual paper-based cannot handle. AI provides the speed required for real-time action and can process them efficiently. During the 2022 and 2023 monkeypox outbreak in non-endemic countries, AI assisted contact tracing and court investigation time by 89%. A curriculum lacking mandatory AI training create a skill gap, weaken surveillance, and delay outbreak detection, which ultimately affect lives. My second point is future-proofing the workforce. We are preparing residents for a future in which traditional jobs may not exist. By 2035, students will assume roles such as national program managers, policies directors, guided by the institution like WHO, Africa CDC. These global institutions are already integrating into AI. For example, we have the WHO 2024 to 2030 Global AI Strategy for Health and the CDC Data Modernization Initiative, which has over $1 million funding. By 2030, up to 40% of epidemiological tasks will be automated. Trainees must shift from routine tasks to interpreting and auditing AI. AI now power vaccine development, climate stimulation, pandemic modeling, and resource planning. My last point is ethical preparedness and equity. AI can worsen bias and validate privacy if trainees lack ethical skill. Mandatory training teaches them how to detect and correct for bias, sensitive data, and avoid black box decision. Audited AI model cut inequality times by 42%, and bias audit increased diagnostic equity by 68%. AI literacy also prevent reputational damage, strengthen community trust, and public health decision. To conclude, I conclude by saying he who learns today leads tomorrow. We support this motion because AI competency is the minimum necessary. This is why this conference is artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our first speaker for the motion, who has laid a firm foundation for her team. We now call on the first speaker for the opposition to come and lay your foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chair, distinguished judges, colleagues, and audience, I greet you. My name is Samuel Dapa. I'm advanced cohort 9 resident. And I rise to firmly oppose the motion that mandatory competency training in artificial intelligence tools should be fully integrated into the core curriculum for trainees in public health and epidemiology. Our opponents here have said nothing new. We all agree that
We all know from this morning that AI is efficient and it is essential, not even for the future, but now. But we are not anti-AI. Instead, we are arguing that mandatory fully integrated AI competency training at this time is premature, impractical, inequitable, and potentially harmful to the public. This I'm explaining briefly. First, mandatory competency training in AI is premature for the following reasons. AI in public health is still evolving with standard ethics and best practices unsettled. Curricula should not be built around tools that may change drastically within a few years. Public health education prioritizes timeless competencies such as surveillance, outbreak investigation, and risk communication before embedding technologies that are not yet stable. Secondly, it is impractical as integrating AI training requires infrastructure such as high-speed internet, advanced hardware, licensed software, and specialized faculty to teach, which many institutions lack. Public health programs already struggle with limited teaching time. Adding a mandatory AI modules displays essential epidemiology content. Expecting trainees to master complex AI tools while learning case definitions, surveillance systems, and field logistics is unrealistic at this time. Thirdly, it is inequitable because AI tools are often expensive and concentrated in high-income countries, mandating them, risking creating a two-tier system where trainees in wealthy institutions gain access while those in low-resource settings are left behind. Example, a trainee in Accra may have access to cloud-based AI platforms, while my trainees in Mamprugu Maduri may lack the stable internet, making AI mandatory entrenches inequality rather than bridging it. This undermines the principle of health for all by privileging technology over universal skills. Finally, mandatory competency training in AI is potentially harmful for the core public health mission because public health mission is to protect populations through surveillance, prevention, and response. Overemphasis on AI, diverting attention and resources away from these fundamentals. Trainees may become dependent on algorithms rather than developing critical thinking, field judgment, and community engagement skills. AI models can perpetuate bias if trained on incomplete or skewed data. Yes, leading a harmful misinterpretation in outbreak response. Example, an AI model predicting disease spread based on urban data may fail in rural contexts, misleading decision makers and delaying interventions. By embedding AI as mandatory, we risk producing technologists rather than epidemiologists. We therefore want to propose that. Let us strengthen the fundamental epidemiology and make AI training optional, flexible, and responsive to context. We all know John Small's work. This was not done through any AI tool. It was pure shoe leather epidemiology. So I want to ask these few questions. What does mandatory mean here? Does it mean that when there is any new tool, all trainees or graduates need to be called back to be trained again? Yes. So, epidemiology principles endure. AI tools do not. The tools learned today will be obsolete within years. First, while host-agent environment relationship, which we call epidemiology triad, still remain constant. I want to end by restating that. Let us first strengthen fundamental epidemiology and make AI training optional, flexible, and responsive to context. I write my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for laying a firm foundation for your team. We are now going to call on the second speaker for the motion to come and solidify what the first speaker said and rebut what the opposition team had said. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, distinguished judges, fellow debaters, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I rise to do just two things: to first rebut the opponent's case, and then also rebuttress ours in saying that AI competencies should be mandatory for today's epidemiologists and then residents. First of all, our opponent in no logical order mentioned about AI diluting the core fundamentals of epidemiology. Like, really, are you telling me that when you automate systems to be able to clean health facility data, about 30 health facility line lists, it doesn't rather increase the speed and free time for you to intervene and interpret the data? Okay, the senior researchers at UNUST, they came up with an AI that was able to classify the wing-beat sounds of mosquito, which is able to determine the ages and species of this mosquito. You can imagine what this can do for vector control and surveillance. It goes ahead to help us to prevent outbreaks related to malaria, yellow fever, and dengue fever. Let me continue. He mentioned about technology lag and that tools used today will become obsolete. Like, seriously, this is a false dichotomy in the sense that, Mr. Chair, we are not advocating for the teaching of just one interface. We are advocating for the teaching of transferable concepts such as data privacy, data integrity, bias detection, model interpretation, and the list goes on and on. And these are transferable from generation to generation, from one cohort to the other. So that point is nothing but nothing. So I also, on the last rebuttal, he mentioned the low resource practicability of AI. In fact, we are not advocating for any great, costly AI tool. AI tools are embedded in the WhatsApp that we are using. It's assisted AI tools. Some are even working offline. And they are helping in preventing of malaria, TB, HIV, and maternal deaths, as well as suicidal attempts. You can imagine how this is causing and helping us prevent and control diseases. So let me go on to extend some of the points. I will talk about AI ensuring the speed and accuracy of outbreak response. It was quite evident during COVID-19. Everywhere along the line, case detection, it's allowed for disease pattern detection using spatial mapping and spatial statistics. It also helped us during the cholera when we were doing mapping. We were using all these AI tools, and we can attest to the fact that it rather increased the speed in detecting outbreak. It was used in vaccine deployment. It was used in risk communication. It was also used in genomic sequencing to detect that we are being affected by SARS-CoV-2. The list goes on and on. That depends on minutes. So it's very crucial. AI also guard against human error and is the scalable solution to data exploration. This era of digital epidemiology, where we are gathering data, large, vast sums of data, it's only AI that can do this. No human can do this realistically without committing errors. So Dr. Simon Antara, during the Affinet training, when they organized training for their staff in rolling out AI, he mentioned that AI is not replacing people. It is amplifying our ability to make faster, smarter, and more evidence-based decisions. And an African proverb in Igbo says that the world is moving forward. Whoever stops will be passed by. So AI is the collective that embraces the vast data of health system. So to ensure ethical AI use and detect bias, we must train the people before deploying them. Competency rather treats bias, and it's not ignorance that does it. So our opponent is claiming for the John Snow type of epidemiology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your rebuttal and also trying to solidify your point. We'll call the second speaker for the opposition to come and rebut what he has said and also solidify your points and convince us on your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, as I sat down the 4 minutes listening to the opposition, I was surprised if they understood the topic that we are discussing today. Let me restate the topic. We are here today to discuss whether AI should be mandatory and not whether it is beneficial or essential. We understand AI is essential. We understand it's effective. But is it mandatory? Do we need to mandate it in our training course? And that is what we are discussing here today. Mr. Chair, we oppose the motion that mandatory competency training in artificial intelligence tools should be fully integrated into the core curriculum for all trainees. My colleague has shown why mandatory AI training is premature, impractical, inequitable, and potentially harmful. These points demonstrate one thing. This motion is making AI tools training mandatory in public health schools. We don't simply add content. It fundamentally reshapes what we teach, how we teach, and who gets left behind. Most graduates will enter roles where AI tools don't exist. Trainees end up in diverse settings after their training, including district health offices, emergency operation centers, outbreak field teams, community surveillance units, border health posts, and NGOs. And in many of these settings, daily tasks involve cleaning line lists, validating case counts, troubleshooting reports, and engaging in communities, and not running machine learning models. If we force trainees to pass artificial intelligence competencies, we are pretending that all these graduates will work in digital health units, and that is not true. If you ask FETP's residents where they spend most of their time, they tell you they spend their time in communities, interviewing cases, reviewing registers, and verifying data quality, not in predictive modeling dashboards. Most graduates will never touch AI tools in their first years of service, if at all. A core curriculum must reflect the work graduates actually perform, and mandatory AI creates a mismatch between training and workforce reality. Secondly, I will touch on the validity problems and system instabilities. AI models often collapse when applied across different settings. And the instability of Ghana's own digital health systems, previously LIMS and now GAMES, shows why AI outputs cannot yet be treated universally valid. AI depends on consistent, high quality, accurately captured data. But in public health, data streams are often incomplete, delayed, or distorted by health systems. Our colleague here spoke about predictive capabilities of AI. And we sit here and realize that the AI model is only as good as the data we put in. If we put garbage in, we are only going to get garbage outputs. AI is only as good as the data it ingests. Right now, the Ghana Health Service is dealing with persistent LIMS and GAMES challenges, such as system downtime, slow syncing, missing records, incomplete fields, and inconsistent connectivity between facilities. If the digital backbone of routine care is this unstable, then expecting AI models to produce valid, trustworthy predictions is unrealistic. In short, we cannot rely on the stability of LIMS and GAMES. We certainly cannot rely on the validity of AI systems. Expecting trainees to become AI competent under these conditions is like teaching advanced light navigation systems when the lights on the runways do not work. Finally, I draw attention to academic integrity and misuse. Mandatory AI increases the risk of academic shortcuts and undermines genuine learning. We already see students using AIs to draft reports or produce codes they cannot explain. Making AI mandatory really accelerates this erosion of skill. A curriculum should foster competence, not shortcuts. These extensions make one message clear. Mandatory AI competency distorts training, misinterprets the reliability of AI tools, burdens institutions without capacity, and introduces governance, communication, and integrity challenges that no curriculum is ready for. Let's keep AI optional. Let's keep it contextual. Let's keep it flexible. But do not make it core. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can do it better for our speakers. Thank you. They have all been able to make solid points for or against the motion. It's now time for open discussion. It's not going to be too long, but you have the opportunity to ask any of the teams any question that will buttress what they are saying or refute what they are saying, not to be controversial, okay? So I'm just going to take a few questions and then we'll move on. Anyone with something they want, I'll take one at the back, here, there, and the last one. So 2 at the back, 2 at the front. From the very back, please, can you come forward? Don't be biased, be critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine goes to those against it. There's an adage that the river that we don't drink, we don't eat fish from it. And And that that moment when it appears you have used AI to build your point, you come to speak against it. But I want to find out on a more serious note, which type of AIs do you suggest require high-level devices and fast-speed internet that you talked about in your defense, especially for the first speaker, for those who spoke against the motion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we have yes, can we have your question? Yeah.
Hello. It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask the second speaker against the motion. He's clarified it that maybe for the motion don't understand the question. We are talking about mandatory. Yet you tell us it is effective. And you also mentioned it is essential. Why not mandatory? Life is a learning process. If you refuse to learn, you die. If you cannot beat them, you join them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have someone at the back. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yes, go ahead and ask your question.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Isn't this an exaggeration? My question goes to the team for the motion. You mentioned that AI has helped during the cholera outbreak and other outbreaks that you listed a few minutes ago. Currently, we know it is not mandatory. Even in the state, when it is not mandatory, we are still using it anyway. It's still helping us anyway. We are still using it during our outbreak and other things. Why do you think if we don't make it mandatory, we cannot use the AI during our outbreaks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question should also be for those for the motion. We have 2 against, so we need another question for the motion. So if your question is for those for the motion, please step forward. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. The second speaker against the motion provoked a thought. I'm also involved in teaching students, and I've seen students presenting assignment being given to them properly done. And then you ask them, can you please explain in your own words what you presented to me? So I'm a little worried if it is made mandatory and then people can use it to come up with, you name it, very good writings, and yet they can't speak to it. Is that helpful? Maybe we should keep it the way the against team is presenting it. Optional, flexible as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take responses from our debaters. We'll start with the opposition. Can you answer to the questions that were put to you? Thank you. Last question, for or against, then I can decide.
It's for both.
It's for both. Okay, let's have that.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would just say that sometime in the 1990s, when there was an invention of calculator, teachers demonstrated against the use of calculator. But in the long run, what happened? So I am also of the view, and especially for what our colleagues on the other side are advocating, for AI is just a matter of time. So should we not, as a country, be ahead of the time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take responses from our debaters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, you are my friend. your question fits into my answer to the first question. In the sense that Obed asked that, is there a river that you don't drink? You don't eat fish from it. So it's like we are losing the fact of the topic that we are debating. We are not saying that AI is not good. We shouldn't learn AI. As you are saying, teachers demonstrated against the use of the calculator. Has any school introduced mandatory teaching of the use of calculator before? But we all know how to use the calculator.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
So what you are saying?
Please, let's listen to him. Please, let's maximize the time.
Don't let us lose the fact that we need precious time to teach the core fundamentals of epidemiology. If you don't understand the core fundamentals, you cannot interpret the data from the AI tools. You cannot interpret the outputs. You cannot even generate a good prompt to come out with a good output that you need to solve the problem. I leave the rest for mine.
Thank you.
So adding on to what my principal speaker just mentioned, the question I want to ask the audience is, do we know coding is good? Do we know machine learning is good? Do we know algorithm ethics is good? Should we add all these to the training of public health professionals? Where do we draw the line? So that if there's any new invention, it should become mandatory in the training of public health professionals. That is the question we have for us. There should be a line. We are not saying AI is not good. It is good. It definitely belongs to the future of public health in Ghana. But let's develop systems before we get to the point of making it mandatory. And the second question, our colleague asked whether it's important, it's good, and why not mandatory. I think these are far different concepts. It being good doesn't mean it should be mandatory. You should look at your system, the infrastructure you have. Can you support it if you make it mandatory? Before you then proceed to make it mandatory, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the responses from those for the motion. Please be snappy about it, Pipi. So go ahead.
We are saying again and again that AI should be mandatory. AI should be mandatory because if it is not mandatory, you will not teach the ethics aspect of AI. How will I learn a software that is doing so much well in this world, analyzing data, predating outbreak, and I don't know the ethical aspect of it. So if it is mandatory, trainees will learn the ethical aspect of it, and it will guide them in making decisions without bias.
Okay. Thank you very much to our teams for responding to the questions that have been raised. We'll now move on to the third speakers. So we'll take the third speaker for the motion to come and try and sum up the points you've made so far as to why you are for the motion. Thank you. Please clap for her as she takes the podium.
Alvin Toffler once said, the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn and relearn. In a world where the pace of change is accelerating, the true mark of education is adaptability. Chair, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alima Tusadia. Today, the proposition central message is clear that AI is no longer optional. It is foundational to modern public health practice. Let me begin with the proposition made by the foundation laid by our first speaker. Our systems are already digital. Trainees work with DIMS2 data, whether they are in Napanduru or in Accra. Automated dashboard, genomic data, GIS layers, and outbreak alerts. Yet many of these trainees are still trained with outdated methods. This shows that mandatory AI competency is not optional. It is the only way to prepare a workforce that can function well in today's data AI-driven public health environment? Well, our foundation is laid on 3 pillars. 1, efficiency. AI speeds outbreak detection and also response. And without AI skills, trainees risk becoming just bottlenecks. 2, future-proofing. You'll be surprised to know that the FETPs you see today are going to be the national and international program managers tomorrow. And these international organizations, CDC, Africa CDC, AFNet, these institutions are heavily invested in AI. Ethics and equity. Proper AI training prevents biases. It also reduces decision errors and protects public trust. We strengthen our argument by dismantling the opposition claim. We are not saying that AI enhances interpretation without replacing the core field skills. We are also advocating for the principles to be taught to avoid biases. And we also reinforce AFNET's stance that AI is not coming to replace people. It amplifies our capacity to make smarter and also faster decisions. Chair, our sites have shown that AI makes surveillance faster, more responsive, and more accurate. Today, trainees will become managers of AI-driven health systems tomorrow. Ethical competence, prevent digital harm, and also protect vulnerable populations. AI strengthens and does not replace the core principles of FETP. Chair, if public health is about protecting population, then equipping trainees with mandatory AI is not extra. It is the minimum standard for responsible training. And we strongly affirm this.
We'll take our third speaker for the opposition who will try to sum up.
To be able to sustain AI. Let's remember, if AI is going to be mandatory, it's not going to be only the University of Ghana. A training institution in Kubugu should be able to run that course and train its officers effectively. The third point is we believe making AI mandatory is going to increase what we call inequality in the country. My colleague had already explained what this means, telling you that there's going to be a vast difference between what happens in Accra training and what happens in Mamprosi Maduri. The third one we have is over-reliance on AI is going to lead to what? Overconfidence in failed algorithms that might not help us. Ladies and gentlemen, with all these points mentioned, this debate ultimately comes down to one simple truth, and that is public health succeeds when people, systems, and communities are ready, not when our mandates run ahead of what we can't realistically sustain. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is powerful. AI is promising, and yes, AI definitely belongs in the future of Ghana's health system, but making it mandatory in training before we have the infrastructure, the governance, and the equity to hold it, risks creating a system where technology becomes a bridge, where technology becomes a barrier rather than a bridge. This is not a debate about resisting technology. It is a debate about choosing wisdom over speed, equity over pressure, and readiness over rhetorics. Let us teach AI, yes, but as an opportunity, not an obligation. Let us build digital capacity, not force a tool that large part of our systems still cannot sustain. For all these reasons, we stand firmly against the motion making AI mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, you can do it better for our contestants. So they have both raised very critical and valid points for and against the motion. They have all tried to lay the foundation for or against the motion. They have responded to the questions you have given them, and they've all tried to solidify their points. At this point, we are going to take another vote. And vote based on whether they have convinced you, but don't be static on what you had at the beginning. If they have convinced you, you should be able to vote. So IC team will project the code again and we'll take another vote. As we do that, our judges are going to equally collate their scores, and ICT team would be the ones to give us the final scores, and then we'll conclude on this. Vote wisely. Keep the votes coming. Keep the votes coming. Aye, keep the votes coming. Please, our judges, can you give your scores to the IT team? Our judges should kindly submit their scores whilst we wait for, this is 25%. The voting is 25%. We are waiting for the scores from the judges. That will take 75%. No, dear. Our second judge. What is it? But the voting has not ended. The voting is ongoing, so don't worry.
Dr. Chair, our virtual participants are requesting for the QR to vote. Dr. Chair, with your permission.
The one?
Virtual participants want the QR code to vote.
Yes, they have the opportunity to vote. For our virtual participants, please. We are waiting for the final scores. We are waiting for the final scores. If you are here, don't vote again. No, you have one vote. We are waiting for the IT team. Please, it hasn't concluded yet. Relax. Relax, 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 relax. Relax, relax, relax. Madam President, relax. Please take your seats. We are waiting for the final scores. Then we can conclude. We shall vet the pink sheets. We shall vet the pink sheets to be sure. Let's eliminate all bias. Are we ready? Some people say we should leave it as it is. No, we can't do it like that. Whether it is for or against, I think they have raised critical points that should keep the discussions going. Yes, so as I said at the beginning, it's not about declaring a winner. It's about how do we push the conversation forward and then see what is useful and what can be done. Are we at the final stage? As I see the people watching the screen, I don't know what they're about to do. They are doing. They say, are you massaging the figures? Don't massage the figures. They said there are too many alumni around the collation center. Too many alumni around the collation center. Children, go and vet what they are doing. Can't you use AI to speed up the process? Use AI to speed up the process. Or the fundamental skills are still necessary. We must still count. They say you don't have AI. That's why you are delaying. Are we ready? Are we making progress? Are we getting results soon? AI has not taught us patience yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final results here. Those against the motion. They say it doesn't add up to 100%. They say it doesn't add up to 100%. Please, let's have the results again. It must add up to 100%. IT team. Yes. Can we have the final result? The collation center has closed. Yes. Per the results projected, those against the motion won the debate. Congratulations to all our debaters. Thank you for the time and effort you put in. But as I said, this is not about declaring a winner. This is about giving us critical points to start thinking about. Our curriculum developers, our policy makers, let's see what we can do to ensure that AI can be used whether efficiently or effectively. Thank you all for being an engaging audience, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate this. We'll take our announcements from organizers. Thank you, and well done to everybody.
I need only. Yeah, they can sit in. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was an interesting session indeed, and thank you very much for bringing that up. So we are having the next session where we are going to have a discussion in diagnostics. We are going to look at multiplex and genomics. We want to have a little discussion about these two. In recent past, we've seen that in Ghana, in West Africa, we are having a lot of outbreaks. We've had our fair share of outbreaks from COVID, Marburg, Mpox, dengue, the list just goes on and on. And in all this, there are some trends that are developing. There are new diagnostics that are coming up. And there are things that I think we can talk about, things that we have done well, things that we are still continuing to do better. And then also look at how we can improve on our diagnostics, how we can make it more efficient, how we can make it more cost effective. Are there enough policies that are guiding and guiding us as we evolve through these scenarios? And so this afternoon, we've put together a very, very, very high-powered delegation, a panel that is going to help us to dissect this topic. I know we are a bit hard-pressed with time, and so that's why I'm not going to read bios and going to do all those things so that we save some time. And so I would respectfully invite my panelists upstage. I'll mention their names in no particular order. They will join us up here. So in no particular order, I will invite my panelists here. I will mention their name and a little intro for them as they come up stage. So they will join me up here, and we will just have some quick conversation about multiplexing and metagenomics. So in no particular order, I would like to call on Dr. Patrick Amponsa to join me upstage. Dr. Amponsa is a veterinarian. He's the head of the veterinary lab in Kumasi, and we are very grateful to you, Doc, for accepting to be on this panel.
I would also want to invite my good friend Eugene Yabua. Eugene is global health specialist, specializing in genomics. Yeah, he's a public health specialist with the Association of Public Health Laboratories in the US. Eugene is having his vacation here in Accra. So somehow, I got to know that he's in town. So I looked at the topic and I'm like, no, you have to be on this panel. So I gave him a call and he decided to join us. So thank you very much, Eugene. His specialty is actually in genomics. So everything genomics, metagenomics, next-gen sequencing, whatever, that's the guy. Eugene, thank you very much for accepting to be here. I would also invite John Klenner. John is a senior lab advisor with the US CDC. He's in charge of Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. He comes with a wealth of experience, having worked in different countries in different capacities, doing all kinds of things. So, John, thank you very much for joining us. Last but definitely not the least, Professor Kofi Boni also agreed to be on this panel. Prof. Boni is the head of the virology department at Nuguchi. For those of you, I'm sure everybody here knows Prof. Boni. He's in the middle of every single outbreak in this country. And so we cannot have this discussion without him being part of this panel. So thank you very much, Prof, for accepting to be on this panel. And so to do this, we have a 5-theme block that we will just touch bits and pieces on. We'll look at the first part, which is the Ghana's current diagnostic landscape. We'll look at what are the challenges that we are having. We'll look at the potential of multiplex pathogen detection in Ghana, where we are now and where we envisage that we'll be going. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about metagenomic sequencing for outbreak response. Now, metagenomics and sequencing is really a household name. From COVID, it became a household name. And so that technology has evolved and it can be used for so many other things. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. We cannot have this discussion without talking about policy, regulation, and sustainable financing because it plays a key role. Whatever we do will be hinged on policy, will be hinged on sustainable finance. So we'll touch on that a little bit. And then finally, we'll see if we'll be able to talk about implementation roadmap, talk about some discussions, probably Ghana as a regional hub. We'll look at that. So let's start with Ghana's current diagnostic landscape. And I'll probably start with you, Prof. Boni, because you have been part of every single outbreak in this country, from COVID to Mpox to Marburg to dengue to, which one have I left out? All of them. And those to come. I mean, you have been part of it. Let's talk about the diagnostic landscape. What would you consider are the current gaps as far as the diagnostic landscape is concerned in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Bernard, and also thank you to the organizers for the opportunity. Yes, so what is currently being done is mainly what we call the molecular amplification. That is what we usually call the PCR. PCR has become the gold standard recently or in recent times because we see it to be one more rapid, accurate, and also it's more dependable. We've moved on from what we call the culture techniques, where sometimes some of the pathogens are very difficult to culture, and it takes a very long time. So what is currently being done is the PCRs, and the PCRs are reliable. We get quick results, and they're more or less accurate. What we are looking forward to or improving is what he talked about, the metagenomic NGS that now is being employed. And that is what is giving us, we go into deeper down the molecular, we are looking at the genomic structure, changes in it,
how it's affecting transmissibility, how it's affecting severity and all that. So that is what we are looking to more or less improve. But for now, we are looking at molecular amplification, that's PCR, as what is being a gold standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would follow just a quick one, Dr. Mponsa. You being from the animal health side, what would you consider are your current diagnostic gaps as far as the animal health diagnostics is concerned?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkrumah. I would begin with the animal health from where we were and then where we find ourselves now. From some few years back, we were doing majorly syndromic surveillance, where currently people will call it event-based surveillance, where people see some signs and symptoms in animal population, and then they are able to conclude whether they are doing with a probable case, whether they are doing a tentative case, whether they are doing those kind of things. So that was that, and that is still where some of our points are, still doing syndromic surveillance. Then we have some people that are also doing some level of diagnostics in between. And then we have some other labs in the animal health space that are also doing the PCR, as Professor has said. So currently, we have a system where we are trying to have most of our labs get equipped with the PCR system. Top of my head, 5 out of the 11 veterinary labs that we have in the country are all equipped with the PCR system. We are aiming to get all of them equipped with the PCR system. So that is where we are coming from. This is where we are. And then getting all our labs with the PCR system is where we envisage to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you just read my mind in the next question. I was going to follow up on infrastructure and workflow limitations. Probably I'll go back to Prof because you are more involved in the day-to-day and you are more familiar with the Ghanaian terrain. In terms of infrastructure and workflow, and a workflow because maybe I'll take out Noguchi. Maybe it's a well-built, purposely built laboratory. But if you step out of the research facilities, how do you see the current workflow as it pertains with turnaround time, efficiencies, being able to make sure that the workflows are consistent? You know, we are supposed to have a clean room, a dirty room, and so on and so forth. In terms of the infrastructure and the workflow, what is the situation, and how do you see that as a limitation to our diagnostics?
Yeah, so in terms of infrastructure, I think we have improved. That is after the COVID era, because during the COVID period, that is at the height of it, there was a lot of, I would say, the rollout, let's say diagnosis, that's advanced form of diagnosis into public labs as well. Right. Initially, it was more or less non-existent, or we had limited capacity. So just during the height of it, we had a lot of public labs being equipped to do this advanced form of diagnosis. What we were lacking was the facility makeup or the infrastructure. Because you see, if you are doing this, you are looking at infectious diseases. Some of them are high-end infectious diseases that you can easily get contaminated, yourself with it or people with it when you are handling them. So you don't only provide the detection devices, you also make sure that the facility is built to make sure that the people who are working there, the people who come in, and also the environment is protected. So that is the aspect that we are now improving on, because now we have containerized labs that now we can use. But before that, you know, sometimes we say that labs are afterthought. They will build the facility before they think about the labs. So it's not purpose built. So that is the area that we are improving. We are improving. But for now, yes, it's better than
before the COVID. That is what I can say for.
Okay, so we are not there yet, but we are making.
Oh, we have made a lot of progress, and we are still making progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. John, you have a West Africa lens. How does infrastructure workflow play out? If you look at the Ghana context, vis-a-vis Liberia or Sierra Leone, how does infrastructure and workflow really affect molecular diagnostics as it stands?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again for the invitation, and thanks audience for staying late into the day and listening to this discussion. My experience in West Africa goes back to the Ebola outbreaks. And if we go back to Ebola in Sierra Leone and in Liberia and in Guinea, we can see huge changes in infrastructure in laboratories from 2014 to now. So if you looked at the laboratories that were in existence 10 years ago, you would be surprised at the changes that we've seen that have gone into those laboratories. Most of those changes, though, have been in the equipment and the training and the workforce that's gone into those laboratories. The laboratories themselves have virtually stayed the same. So the laboratory in Liberia has actually decreased in its capacity. It's starting to fall apart. Promises that were made to build up the infrastructure have not come through. And so the laboratory is operating as best as it can in the environment that it's got. Similar in Sierra Leone, the laboratory has been promised a renovation since 2017. It has never happened. And so how does a public health laboratory then maintain its focus when it can't be the public health laboratory because the infrastructure is falling apart? We are fortunate in Ghana to have such a good partner as NMIMR that's supporting all of the public health, National Public Health Research Laboratory, because without that, we would have a big gap in our system, right? And while we're building up the strength of the National Public Health Laboratory, we are dependent and rely and have a great partnership with NMIMR because they can carry a lot of the weight because of the support they've had from other partners from the past. And I wanted to go just back to an earlier point that was raised in the earlier discussions. And again, let's throw ourselves back in the frame of an outbreak. And when you first encounter the situation where there is an unexpected number of deaths, right? We don't know what diagnostic test to apply. We don't know what that positive sample is going to be. We don't know if it came from animals. We don't know if it came from humans. We don't know where and when that started, right? We don't know how dangerous that pathogen is. And so we go in with a great deal of caution. And as the outbreak evolves, we understand more what that pathogen is. And then we turn our diagnostics concentrating on what. Let's take the dengue, for example, here in Ghana. We focus then on trying to detect dengue. But of those of you working in the field, how many times did you get a case that looked like dengue when the laboratory test result came back wasn't dengue? Mm-hmm. How many times did you get an answer as to what that sample was, right? And so that's a gap in our system as well that we're trying to solve, not just stopping with what we know the outbreak is, but trying to provide answers to what also is circulating at the same time. And that's part of what we're trying to do in building up these molecular diagnostic tools. And one of the big advantages we have from some of the genomic sequencing techniques.
All right, John, so I'll continue with you because you have just touched on something that is very important. So you receive a sample, the patient or the case is having some symptoms, fever. Everything comes with fever. I mean, right? And so I guess over time we are looking of how are we able to detect more pathogens in one sample than we used to do maybe 10 years ago. And probably now the concept of multiplexing. Now, can you, for all of us to be on the same page, can you just try and explain to us a little bit what is monoplex and what is multiplex?
Yeah, a great question too. And again, I'll take one step back first. And when we're out in the field, when we're going on those investigations, who is the person that's out there in the field in that investigation? It's almost always an epidemiologist, right? You are the first ones, you are the front line, you are the ones that are making a judgment on what sample to take. And what sample you take then is going to come to the laboratory and affect what the laboratory can test. And so I would ask you at the very early parts of these outbreak investigations to communicate with the laboratory. Talk to the laboratory about what samples are necessary, what samples could be useful to the laboratory, so that gives us a broad ability to try and test for multiple pathogens. So communication right from the very beginning between EPI and laboratory is really essential. Now, coming back to the issue that Bernard has mentioned, a monoplex assay is an assay that will test essentially for one pathogen. And it's really useful if we know an outbreak is being caused by cholera. And we focus all our diagnostic effort on cholera, and we don't really muddy the waters by trying to look for something else. But if we're trying to come up with an answer to what might be there that we don't know what's causing the outbreak, we want to throw a wide net. There are a lot of different diseases that look the same in clinical presentation. And so a multiplex assay will allow us to screen for multiple different pathogens, maybe bacterial, viral, parasitic, all in the same assay and all from the same sample. We're limited by the PCR that Dr. Bonnie mentioned because there are only so many tests run on PCR reaction. And we gain the advantage of next generation sequence because that allows us to look at a lot of different types of pathogens in the same sample from the same extraction.
All right, so let me ask Eugene to just chime in on this one. So from John's submission, I mean, it's multiplex is certainly important. Multiplex certainly offers a lot more than monoplex will do. But will you say for a fact that we should start looking more towards multiplexing, and in terms of the clinical use of it or the outbreak use of it, we'll be doing if we say that, okay, look, now the time is right, we have the
this wonderful panel. When it comes to multiplexing in NGS, you will notice that it boils down to pricing. The more you sequence potentially, the more data you generate, the more infrastructure you need to analyze that data, the more cost it becomes. But if cost wasn't a factor, then yes, I will agree that casting a wide net to potentially capture all pathogens that could be related, because sometimes we can have these co-infections that may not be picked up by, let's say, PCR. If someone comes in, like you said, like with a fever, a lot of things can have an origination of fever, and you might not know. So if you do that next generation sequencing, multiplexing, then you can potentially pick up all of these pathogens that can potentially be in that sample. So I will agree that if financial and infrastructure wasn't the issue, then it will be beneficial perhaps to go for a wider array of net. That way you test it once, because some samples are very limited. And once you test it, you are done. So you can't even go back even if you wanted to. But if you do multiple at one time, then you have the opportunity to see everything at once.
So yeah, stay there. So this is where the problem is. You said if funding was not the issue, but we'll come to funding actually, but that is the issue. If infrastructure was not the issue, that is the issue. So we are hearing two things, that yes, multiplexing is good, whether we are multiplexing with PCR or we are multiplexing with genomic sequencing, it is good. But on the other hand, we are saying if infrastructure is not the problem, or if cost is not the problem, that is the problem. So what do we do?
I think Dr. Klenner made a very good inference about the EPIs and the lab working very good hand in hand together. Because some of these things, if funding and infrastructure are the issue, and you have and you have the ability to only do one target at a time, then this is where the communication has to be very strong, where the EPIs are going in and are sure that this is dengue. And that way the lab can support that. But if the communication isn't strong, then there has to be funding or infrastructure to support being able to target these multiple pathogens at once.
Chime in there for a second.
Yes.
So, and again, another thing that comes up, and Dr. Bonney mentioned it by talking about container laboratories. Another way we get around these funding shortages is don't try and recreate high-level laboratory in every different district. Everybody wants one. Of course, everybody wants one because it comes with status, it comes with capacity. But what is realistic? What can we afford? What we can afford probably is improving specimen transport, making sure that we take a good sample, preserve that sample, get it back to a reference laboratory with the capacity to do tests, will get us a result to get the right test out to the field so then we can provide a more rapid diagnostic for the bulk of the outbreak, the bulk of the infection. But trying to do the advanced technologies out every place where we have an outbreak comes unrealistic quickly because of the Eugene said of the cost.
Thank you very much, John. Yes.
Multiplexing. I think we need to look at multiplexing in context. We can look at multiplexing at the beginning of an outbreak. So maybe we go to a place and then there's a lot of abortions in the animal. The first thing, if I'm thinking about multiplex, is I want to do an abortive panel. What are all the pathogens or the common pathogens that can lead to abortions in these animals? I do the multiplex for that. I find out which pathogen is causing it. Then from there, I actually scale down to do a monoplex. So I can use the multiplex for screening purposes. And then now I zero in with the monoplex to actually monitor the outbreak that I am actually doing. Now, when it comes to cost, this is where I may differ a little bit. Multiplex is actually cheaper than doing monoplexing, because in doing monoplexing, you are going to be testing every sample with various consumables. But then if you are doing multiplexing, you are doing a whole lot in one tube. So you save on reagents, you save on time, and you improve your turnaround time. So actually multiplexing is cheaper in outbreak situation when we are screening for some candidates pathway. So that is my take on it. We should know when we do multiplexing and when we are not doing multiplexing. And even in situations where we are supposed to be doing multiplexing, it's cheaper than doing maybe after doing this, then I move on to do this, I move on to do that. It becomes expensive that way. But then if I go the multiplex way, in real time, in 45 minutes, I already know what I know and I can scale things.
All right, so I'll come back to you, Prof. I'm trying to combine some of the things that have been said. So John mentioned tiered level testing. He mentioned that it is not possible. In fact, financially, it is not possible. Economically, it might not probably make sense to put sequencing an ONT or an Illumina in every region. Financially, it's not possible. Economically, it might not make the most sense. And so by considering the tiered level, we know, okay, which level do we put a sequencer? And which level do we put a PCR machine? Which level do we put an immunoassay, right? So that tier is respected. Okay, so we agree. Dr. Mponsa seems to be of the opinion that genomics is actually cheaper. Multiplexing is cheaper. We can debate that later. But let's say that what he's saying is stands. So how do we leverage on these capacities? And how do we leverage on metagenomics? How do we leverage on the advantages of multiplexing to improve our current diagnostic situation in Ghana?
Yeah, so I like it was not a debate, but the multiplexing, relatively how costly
or otherwise it is. Depending on what you are doing, we can have multiplexing for normal PCR. It's very quite simple. You have a pathogen and related pathogen. You can take respiratory pathogen. Influenza is, we are looking at para-influenza, we are looking at RSV. These are related. Can multiplex it on the PT. It may not be that expensive. But if you now cross the species barrier, maybe you think that that pathogen, that respiratory pathogen, though we may look at viruses, we can also consider bacteria and also do that. That is where the expense come in. So depending on the context, to either be expensive or not. So I like what my colleague said. Yeah, back to your question. It is true, we have to look at the tiered system. As a country, we may not have the resources to put these advanced detection machinery in every, let's say, public lab. We can't do it. And it is structured in a way that we have this zonal lab, so we can target, we can spend money to do it. Then from the community level right to national, we know how we handle this. We are so fortunate that some of the notorious pathogens, when we hear them in our neighboring country, for some reason, maybe because of our prayer line levels, they don't get to us. But the point here is that we should resource, let's say, notable labs, train personnel, get the expertise there, then make sure that our sensitization, education, and everything that has to do with maybe sample detection from the scratch. That is how people suspect and all that. We do that very well, so that when we see things at that lower level and escalate where we have the higher level equipment, that we cannot as a country do it at every level. That one is not possible. So we should come up with a strategy where, yes, we have notable labs, well equipped, then we have to do proper training, or we have first check and report that the moment it's transported. We're talking about sample transport. Also, we have to guard against sample integrity. It's not only transport. If you don't package it well, like, we can test it and nothing will come. So how we would do that? So yes, I believe in the tiered source, very notable ones. They make sure that it's in the lower level. They will report then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prof. Does anybody want to add up?
Just to add to that too. And again, what I think would be really helpful is at your level, at this level, we get proactive. You know, as Prof said, we don't have reports of Lassa fever. We don't have reports of, very commonly, Marburg. We don't have reports of Crimean congenital hemorrhagic fever, Rift Valley fever. Does that mean we don't have them? It's not, right? Do we follow a case definition? Do we have a surveillance system that would pick up those cases and distinguish them from malaria? Maybe not. What we could do, though, is start training physicians, training community health workers to be able to recognize the possible symptoms of these diseases and then know who to call, and have these systems integrated right away, where we have communications and exercises where we're going through training with epidemiologists, laboratorians, everybody in the system, so that if there was an unusual case or an unusual set of deaths, that they would know what to, people all over the country would know what, and they wouldn't hold those samples for weeks on and make the outbreak. I think that would be a great way we could advocate change in a simple and.
All right. Thank you very much. Being mindful of time so that we can have our audience also come in. I probably would touch on maybe one or two other areas, and then would open it up for audience to come in. Just that, Eugene. So now with metagenomics, it's really interesting how things are evolving real fast. right? Now there were the ONTs, you know, we had first generations. Now I don't know the generation that we are on now, right? Illumina, I don't even know the ISEC, MySEC, ZeroSEC, ESEC, you know. Now we are having VARCAP-SEC, we are having BARCAP-SEC. Where is all this going? And what do we use to say, okay, as a country, let's go for this or let's go for that?
Yes, thanks for that question. Once again, that all boils down to cost, because they all have some cost associations with them. So for metagenomics, for most countries, they usually go with what they have available in terms of instrumentation. If you have the ONT, then you're leaning more towards the ONT line. If you have the Illumina, then you're leaning more towards the Illumina. So cost becomes an issue in terms of what you want to run. For metagenomics, most people are not doing what we call shotgun anymore, which is basically sequencing everything. And that's because of cost and also storage. Because once you have that big of a data, now you have to tease it apart and analyze them. And if you don't have a lab with an infrastructure that has a good quality management systems, you will struggle with contamination. So now what we are advising people to do is to split it into bacteria and then viruses. So once you do the viruses, you do the viral line, you get your sample, your pathogens, that same sample, you can run the bacterial line and get the differentiation. That allows you to save on cost because you may not need to run, let's say the Illumina or any of these expensive one on the bacteria. Since they all share that 16S common gene, you can just target the 16S gene and it can have a resolution for all your bacteria. And then for the viruses, you can do your Illumina on them. So that saves you money, that saves you time. And based on the infrastructure you have, you can better build a system around it. And it also helps with contamination. So contamination is one of the most trickiest thing when it comes to metagenomics data handling. For bioinformaticians, most of us just pounce our head because we don't. It's very difficult, especially if the lab doesn't have a good quality system. We can't trace or track if something is a contamination or if it's a true pathogen. Something like E. coli. We don't know if it came from the lab, if it came from the equipment, if it came from the collection, or if it's actually the pathogen causing the outbreak. So some of these things are very difficult when it comes to metagenomics. And that's why we need to have a good quality management system for the labs handling its metagenomic sample.
All right, so probably last question, then the audience will come in. It's policy and sustainable financing. Prof, what are your thoughts as far as policy and sustainable financing for multiplexing and metagenomics? Are we doing enough or have we done enough as a country?
I would have wished that somebody from the Ghana Health Service will answer this question. But just to say it, I mean, in what I know, I don't think we are doing enough. But like I said in my initial submission, we have improved. We have improved. We have improved in the sense that now we have come to terms with what infectious disease can do. Right from the 2014, 2015, where we had the outbreak of Ebola in some West African countries. In fact, we sat up and realized that, look, if we don't take the necessary steps, we will be out of. So some things were done. Then we came close. I think we had some isolated outbreaks. Then we had the major one, the COVID. And we saw the improvement that went into it. But there was a lot of money pumped into that area. And a lot of labs were equipped to some extent. In fact, it became even a problem when the COVID subsided. They didn't know what to do with some of the equipment that was given to. So that is an area that we also need to improve, how we can transfer or try to use technology in so many ways. So to say that financing and it's sustained, or we have to sustain it. I would say that we have improved, but we can do better than where we are now. Thank you.
Dr. Amponsa, on the animal health side, how do you see? Because working with both animal, environmental, and human. Human, they seem to be a little kakra, but animal, what is the situation?
It's not all gloom and doom like that. When I first started looking at the concept of complex and then putting it in context with what we already have at the moment, I realized that most of the PCR machines, I still go with the pot, most of the PCR machines that we have are already having that capacity. Some of them are having 3 channels, 4 channels, and 5 channels.
Yeah.
So the facilities, as we speak now, for most of the PCRs, not even in the animal health space alone, even in the human health space, these PCR machines already have these capacities. Now, what we need to do is, we should now look up existing literature, which multiplexes have been validated elsewhere, and which of them can we import into our setting, in our health delivery in Ghana. Because in animal health, when you talk about respiratory panel for certain group of animal, it's already exists. What we only did was we just had to copy the primer and probe sequence and get people do it for us. And we started using it in the country.
Okay.
We have done it for respiratory, we have done it for abortive panel. So the systems are already there. It's up to us, for us to just look into literature and get what is already existing, not reinventing the wheel, and validating in our setting and start using it. And then we should move away from multiplexing into multiplexing, because our surveillance is mostly simple.
All right. Thank you very much.
If I could jump on that thought too, because you raise a really great point. Notice the emphasis that he was saying, we did. It's capacity that's here in country. It's not capacity that you're dependent upon another group coming in and doing the testing, or another group coming in and doing the training. You've got the educated people here that have, you've got university systems that are training the next generation. You're developing the workforce. You can do the development of the assays here with Ghanaian staff, with people that are homegrown, that know the technology, and can continue that. And I think that's a big change. And that didn't exist then. So if we can make that kind of change in 10 years, think, well, the future, and I will go back to that previous debate we had about AI, not AI. Think about that when you're thinking about the future. Things will change really fast. So you may be today on the side of not thinking AI should be mandatory, but in 5 days, you may think this would be really helpful for us if we had some incorporate into our.
Thank you very much, John. So just ending on human resource. Actually, in the national genomic sequence strategy that the Ministry of Health launched last year, objective 3 is strengthening human resource. But I don't want to take anything from our audience today. I would like to invite questions from the audience. We have a few minutes to wrap up. I was asked to do this in 30 minutes. I'm trying to do it in 30 minutes. So if you have any questions, please, the microphone is there. Just walk to the microphone, and then let's have your question to our panelists. Come on, guys. Yes, the microphone. Just walk to the microphone and ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm John Sonina Dobafo from the Oti region of Ghana. I'm a surveillance officer, and this play a pivotal role in my daily activities. My question is, people get sick. We take samples to labs suspecting a particular disease, but they go and test and it's negative. Meanwhile, the person is sick. What else can we do to support the system? Thank you.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Who wants to take that?
Sorry, but I leave it to our testing experts here at the table too. But I mean, it is the fundamental issue, right? The more tests that you offer, the more that you want an answer when you don't get an answer. So I think it becomes like a snake grabbing its tail, right? You know, you will never find an end to the number of tests that you could possibly run. And so, you know, I think you have to weigh some criteria on, you know, what you're seeing. And again, maybe this is another use, I hate to go back to the AI question, but it is, are you seeing a cluster that all have the same symptomatic symptom? These would then potentially be ones you would want to alert up the chain so that samples from those individuals brought back to a reference laboratory, and they would be perfect samples from it. If you have sudden unexplained deaths, particularly a cluster, particularly families or people that you can relate epidemiologically, these are also really important samples to try and run as many tests on as possible, and not just limited on the basic tests that you can run locally. But education and knowing that there is the possibility of having those samples pursued at level, it's really something gotta get out to the public.
Yeah, so just a little bit to that. So sometimes that question is very, very valid and useful. But sometimes the lab operates with what the person who suspects, all right. So when they query, for example, you have seen a patient and you suspect a particular infection. So you will query that in your case-based form that you will attach, or you send along with the sample that, okay, I'm suspecting that, let me even make it broader. It's a VHF, viral hemorrhagic fever, which in itself is a panel. We then are going to run about 5 or 6 different pathogens. So when we do that and we don't get anything, mind you, that viral hemorrhagic fever that we run is very expensive. Running 6 different panels for one sample. Then we have to do what we call the differential diagnosis, because you suspected viral hemorrhagic fever. So the fevers, maybe you saw the fever, maybe you saw that the patient was hemorrhagic. So what could it be? We cannot do that and give you, unless we go into research, get somebody to support it financially for us to do that. So if the funding is not available, we can keep the sample. When somebody gets some funding and he wants to do further studies or downstream analysis, the person can take it up. I'll give you an example. During the time that we had this West African outbreak in that is the Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone, Ebola, we were also collecting samples. In fact, all the facilities in country were sensitized that when they see anything hemorrhagic, they should pick it and send it for testing. That means we are suspecting it could be Ebola or anything of the like. But we did all the testing and we did not find anything. So now what do we do again? We have to, that's why we started using metagenomic NGS for trying to now do, we say, something is called de novo testing. What is it that made the patient? So that is why it is important for us to start thinking about that. We can do all that, but it is expensive. It's the expense. As we speak, now when we see hemorrhagic fever samples, we don't only look at the pathogens, we also now look at heavy metal. Because of what we know in the country, as Galamsey, we have done some tests and we have seen that if we have accumulation of these heavy metals, people tend to hemorrhage at some stage. So now, when we do the panel and we don't get anything, we go on to do a test for heavy metals. Is the person having high levels of mercury or any of the heavy metal? And that can also cause that. So things have changed. But what I want to say is that it's expensive. That is why sometimes we limit it to where you query it and tell that it's negative so that we can go on with your clinical management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? I can take maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Harun Arafik. I'm a disease control officer. Rabies. These days, it's a serious public health problem. And then currently, in terms of diagnosis, we rely heavily clinically using the doctor's clinical diagnosis and also animal testing. For animal testing, most often we rely on the head of the dog. In most instances, you wouldn't find it has been consumed, bringing the whole diagnosis to a halt. So I want to ask, what are we doing when it comes to human testing? Because as we speak, we are losing lives to rabies. Thank you.
No time points. This one, I'm looking at you.
Started with animals and ended with humans. So yeah. Okay. So like you said, rabies is a nervous disease. So I mean, the best sample you can get us is the head of the animal. Unfortunately, that is also a delicacy. Our sample is a delicacy, and then sometimes it's difficult getting the sample. So most of the time, maybe the carcass has been consumed by the people, but then the human is actually showing the signs. So you want to detect it in the human. So it is also possible. It's the same as, say, we are using in animals. You can also use it in humans. Many a time, Accra Veterinary Lab has received human sample, and then we've run it, and then we've given them the results. So for the humans, if you don't have the capacity, the animal health, at least for once, we have the capacity to come to your aid. Sometimes too, in the animal health system, the degree of autolysis of the sample determine the type of test we should do. So normally, if you have a very intact sample, we can do IFA. And then if the sample is kind of a little bit degenerated, where we can use the IFA, which is also a gold standard test, we go with the PCR, or you can do the RDTs, which Dr. Sherry and Co has done some work where even the autolyzed cells, you can use the lateral flow technique to also detect. So that is what we are doing at the animal health space. But then in the human health space, if you are challenged with testing, we have the capacity, we have the resources to augment what you are unable to do. Thank you.
Add into this, it's a great question because it also really brings us back to the concept of One Health. And that, a lot of the diseases that we're seeing are zoonotic diseases. They involve animals and they involve humans. And again, like we're talking about having the EPIs in laboratory involved early on in an outbreak, if there's a cluster of spontaneous abortions in animals, what's happening to the people that are handling those animals? Are they at risk? Should we be bringing in both sectors, animal and human, in the investigation that's taking place there? Is there a purpose for serological at that point, potentially as well? So, I think we can expand it out from rabies and look at all the One Health issues that go zoonotic. I don't know if you want to.
All right, Prof.
I am Edwin Afari. I am a clinician, and based on the signs and symptoms of a case, and also the incubation period, I hypothesize for an agent, a pathogenic agent. And multiplexing is done, and there are many other pathogens. What are the implications for my confirmatory diagnosis and also the management of the case?
So if I understood the question, you got a sample, you have a clinical diagnosis, then the sample comes into the laboratory and multiple pathogens are detected.
Okay, and based on the clinical science and the incubation period, I hypothesized for a pathogenic agent, right? But then when you do the multiplexing, you have other pathogens. What are the implications for my confirmatory diagnosis and also the management of the case?
Okay, so where you detect multiple pathogens in let's say in one sample, what are the implications for treatment and management of the case?
Well, management of the case, I think the clinicians will know how to manage it. It's like supportive treatment. You target the individual pathogens and provide antidote for that. But what is important here is being able to even detect those co-infections. It's very, very important. Again, what we have to also know here is that it could not be, it's not only multiplexing. So you have suspected this, we have worked on it, but because we know that we have what we call the differentials, so we look at, yes, these symptoms could also be this. So let's do that. Don't let us end and give negative results. Again, you see, some of the pathogens that we deal with, and most of you are here epidemiologists, we don't, even if you get a presumptive results, we don't go give out. We look at where the patient is coming from. Have we had cases, confirmed cases? That is one. We look at the clinical symptoms that I talked about, then also the lab result. So if these three are consistent, then we are confident enough to give out them. So in most of the cases, especially if it is a high-end pathogen, we are not quick to give out results until we have satisfied that epidemiological link is established, clinical manifestation is clear, and also the lab results after repeated, we are getting a consistent information on that. Thank you.
If I could add too, I think it's a pretty rare occurrence where you get multiple pathogens in the same sample. What you see, let's take hemorrhagic fevers, for example. What most commonly you'll find is malaria and something else. Because malaria is so common, almost everybody that comes in with a hemorrhagic fever, let's take for outbreaks in Uganda, outbreaks in Equatorial Guinea, outbreaks in Liberia and Sierra Leone, over 50% of the people that presented with Ebola or Marburg or Permian Congo hemorrhagic fever for that matter, also had malaria. Right, so just because you have malaria doesn't mean you don't, but just because you have something else doesn't mean you don't have malaria. And so you need to treat both of those. Where it gets a little bit more complicated is with the respiratory pathogens, where often you'll see, flu, but also RSV or flu and parainfluenza or something like that. Multiple different respiratory pathogens, same sample. So again, I would guess it's probably still of the total number of samples you're coming in. So I don't think clinically it should overly impact how you treat that individual, but knowing if that person has got a bacterial infection in addition to malaria is helpful because then you can consider antimicrobial there.
All right, thank you very much. So as we wrap up this session, I would like to wrap up this way. So to all of you, what will be your one most important action point that you think Ghana should undertake to improve pathogen detection within the short term? So everybody can take one.
Right, so I think now we've got to a point that we understand what infectious disease can do. So we will, the policy makers, they should increase funds, not only into surveillance and detection, but also into research. They should have budget allocation. Thank you.
my Christmas gift or my Christmas would be to really strengthen the tiered system, to put, think of a pyramid with the reference laboratory at the top and then capable laboratories throughout the layers of the pyramid. And so that in the different districts in and around Ghana, we can have good diagnostics, reliable diagnostics, rapid diagnostics, and a system to get samples up to the next level if we can't come up with a diagnosis. And so that's going to require funding, that's going to require workforce training, that's going to require education and working together. But I think that would make the overall health system really strong.
Yeah, thanks. Those are all really good. As a laboratorian and a data analyst or bioinformatician, I would say having a good quality systems in these labs is greatly important. I think most of the speakers before were talking about, I heard one person say garbage in, garbage out. If we don't handle the samples following the quality systems in place or even designing one, then the results we give out would not benefit our EPIs will have to take the results back and do the work that they need to do. So that is something that I think has to be greatly emphasized on.
I also want to add on that we need to strengthen our human resource capacities to be able to level up with these expanding technologies so that we will not be left behind. They are brought on board as these technologies unfold.
All right, so I would like to thank you very much for engaging us in this panel. So by way of wrapping up, the 4 things that I've heard you say is funding, funding, funding. So funding, sustained funding in research and sustained funding in diagnostics. Tiered level systems should be in place and should be strengthened so that depending on the level that we find ourselves, there should be some level of capacity at that level. Where it goes beyond that level, that sample should have the ability to be transported safely to the next level for testing, and the results should be able to come back to that level. So strengthening the tiered level has been mentioned. Having good systems in the laboratory, and I probably would interpret that to be having a very good quality management systems that will look at the holistic system and the holistic testing within the laboratory, and then having strengthening the HR, because technology is advancing very fast, and so making sure that the lab scientists and the researchers are always trained and they are up to par with new technologies. All right, so my panelist, Professor Kofi Boni, Dr. John Klenner, Eugene Yeboah, and Dr. Mponsa. I would like to say thank you very much for agreeing and making time to join us in this session. We are truly grateful for your presence. So our audience, thank you very much for making time and for listening. I believe you'll fake a thing or two. If you need more clarification, we are still here, they are still here. Please approach them with your questions or your clarifications. We'll be more than happy to answer them for you. If you want to take their contact, please feel free, approach them and take their contact as well. So we want to thank you very much for helping to make this session a success. Thank you very much.
Good evening to you all. Good evening to you all. Good evening to you. We are happy. And I'm sure you're also happy for us. Oh, don't worry. Very soon you'll be part of us. So celebrate as we are celebrating. Just give us 10 minutes of your time. I know you are very busy. You need to go back. And we've spent most of your time as well. It's been a very, very long day. We've gathered a lot of information and knowledge. Now is the time with FELANG. During lunch, I was asking some people, what is FELANG? Who is FELANG? And it's as if most of us don't know what FELANG is. So FELANG is Field Epidemiology and Laboratory Alumni Network of Ghana. And this afternoon, you saw us displaying, right? Yes, we have the numbers. And it shows that the beginning really doesn't matter. It's the end error. At the beginning, I was shaking, but I saw the trend. And I know victory is ours, and the trophy has come home. So I think to all FELANG members and also to the debaters, thank you so much for making us proud. And this shows that what we do really matters. And FELANG actually helps the program. We are all products of the program. So we are like your little, some might be little to you, but mostly your big brothers and sisters. And we help with mentorship. We help with training, capacity building as well, and then with outbreak investigation. So earlier, when director called the mentees, most of the mentors were all products of the program who are now part of FELANG members. So by tomorrow, when you graduate, the intermediate cohorts and the advanced cohorts, you become members of FELANG, and we'll always welcome you. So I'm missed. I'm your president. My name is Grace Ajwa Okanse. And as you say that we have the numbers, so we are huge. And I can't be able to do all this alone. I have the executive members who also help. There are some who are online and also some here in person. So I would call them. They can just get up and wave so you can know your executives. And those online, maybe when you meet them later in life, you know who they are and what they share with you. So we have in our midst, we have Dr. Sherry Johnson. Please get up and wave us. Yes, the next executive member. Dr. William Taseme, I think he's online. We have Nana Yao also online. Dr. Tenge, John Tenge was here earlier, but I think he has stepped out. We also have Linda Adipa, who is our treasurer. We have Seth Bafo, who is also our organizing secretary. And Dr. Dora Dazi as well. And I'm sure you know most of them because they are your mentors. So this year has been very interesting, and we've been able to organize our webinar series as well. If you're on the platform, you would have the link shared, and even with the residents that they joined our webinar series, it's organized quarterly. And I think you should gain interest in learning from your alumni group and also from those who are versed in the field. Then also we organized the World Field Epidemiology Day in collaboration with faculty, and those who joined learned a lot as well. Going forward, we will be having our carol service. That will be on the 23rd of this month. It's a Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., just 2 hours of your time. It will be held at the School of Public Health. And our annual general meeting will be online this time around because, as you can see, we don't have enough time to be able to do that now. That will be on the 27th of December, 5 p.m. The link will be shared on the page. And earlier today, the GFELTP Nexus was launched. Please, this is for all of us, all alumni. Let's be able to embrace this, join online, connect, and be able to link each other up. So please partake in this. And don't remember, please, we need each other. Remember to always pay your dues. Thank you very much. I have not forgotten. Our debaters, thank you very much. And then please, you can get up as you celebrate with us. We would, Sir George, Please congratulate us. Thank you.
Please. Conference hasn't closed yet, so please take your seats. Please take your seats. The president only invited us to dance with her to celebrate our win. No one lost. We all won. So please take your seats. Try to follow our media handles. If you are on the So please, we have all our links on one page. The Ghana FELTP digital footprint. The link to the website is there. The link to the Nexus is there. The link to the mentorship platform is also there. The QR codes have been shared already. So once you navigate to this page, you have access to all the links that there is. As and when we get new links, we will update the platform all in one place for you. So please take notes. The conference link is equally there. Thank you. Any of them that you click on will take you directly to the page. Yeah. So it's all dependent on the connectivity, but then it will open. For those of us who hang our posters today, as you were told, once the day ends, go for your poster. If you leave it there, you will not come and meet it tomorrow. So please take notes. If you hang your poster today, remember to go for it after here.
Hello. Okay, so please just a few quick announcements. Tomorrow our day starts at 8:30 with oral presentations. And so we'd like to urge us all to come early, especially the presenters. Make sure you are seated before 8:30 because we'll start at 8:30. And then please note that we are going to check in tomorrow with our name tags. That is what we'll be using tomorrow. So kindly remember to come along with your name tags. And for the Nexus app, there's a booth that has been set up outside. So if you have not yet downloaded or signed up, kindly make sure you visit the booth, sign up, get your colleagues to also sign up. Our snack has been served at the same place we had snack in the morning, just behind. So once we are done from here, we can have our snack. This is any other announcements I have left out? Okay, thank you very much. I hope you had a good day. Please enjoy the rest of the evening and see you tomorrow. Poster presenters, kindly remember to take down your posters. As the email said, if you do not take down your poster, please do not ask us for your poster. Poster presenters, remember to take down your poster. If you do not take down your poster, please do not ask us about the poster. Thank you very much.
Just give me that.
Let's combine the medicine with So the way that told me when I went to public, that's it. Disgusting. Yeah, can you imagine the only you know the way they say. So oh, wow. It's one of my I was so minded to see it. You do find your own way. Still say the reading give you drive or something. Say drive them.
Do I have a?
You know, go double. Look at that one.
Yeah, but it's just one.
Oh, go double.
This one, 70.
I mean, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Pam 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 pam. Yes, that.
Okay.
Okay, it's a while, 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 it's a while. Hey,
What you do? You what? Read the class. Don't say that. The back cute. My pool wow. You look too good to be around. My house, my pool wow. Wow.
Blue no mask. I really like that. Take it. Is it fast? And so we use this in room.
Pato Balenciaga.
That's it.
Yeah, never kaya shit. I copy your stuff.
Like this. The rituals like 9 or 10.
Oh, glory.
Either you walk or wait. She said choose wisely. Or you take the kite in bits. Like bits.
People are packing for the app. No, what's the name?
Anything you do, whether stupid or wise, you get followers. Yeah, I don't believe them.
Charlie, this the same thing. People look at the. I'm not sitting there. I don't find that.
Yeah, people have
As God
yeah.
I said, you destroy the world with what I give. You are going to.
No, maybe you say this man. I might have changed my mind. You do water, you do fire.
You know, destroy the world. Fire. You destroy a city. Fire.
I mean, it's still like do fire.
It's not the world.
Oh, land and this one.
It's not funny. It's funny, leave there. It's not funny. You know your spiritual journey, so you know all laugh.
It's not funny. People are laughing. It's not funny. It's not funny.
Okay, you can, but then I think it's taking
But you won't get that. He's the one. South Africa. I don't think you have that. The voice leading you.
Hey, that is that. Which did it? Very good.